Okay, so what we'll do, we need a separate entity, separate table for payment, because the payment might be multiple time process, right? Maybe once the payment got generated and it failed or cancelled, or there might be any reason, so we can have multiple payment rows with single booking. Okay, so what we'll do here, in entities, let's create a new class and we'll call it, let's say, just payment. Okay, so for this, first thing we will have some ID, or maybe let's have GUID ID. Then we will have booking ID. Booking ID. So booking ID is long, right? Yes, booking ID is long. So we will have booking ID. And then after booking ID, we should have, first, let's see what all we can get from the session. So on session, we will have session dot created customer details, amount total, cancel URL, consent created, currency, line items, mode, object, payment intent, payment link, method, payment status. Yes, we will use this payment status, which is one of paid, unpaid, or no payment required. So in our case, it will be paid and unpaid. Okay, paid and unpaid. So looks like we are good. What is this status? The status of the checkout session. One of the open, completed, or expired. We can skip this, I guess. Stripe response. Okay, let's see what we have in this Stripe response. This object, it has, oh, this is the HTTP response. The status code, headers, date, idempotency key, request ID, num price, toString, full name. What is the name? Okay, let's remove this. After that, Stripe response, we have submit type, auto book, donate or pay. We know this is pay. Subscription we are not using. Success URL, text ID, toString, total details, URI mode, URL. Okay, that means we just have payment status. Where is it? Payment status. And we will have customer details. Okay, this is the customer details data, and these are the values which we provide on uh, that Stripe payment page. You saw there we had to add name on card and all those details. So this is that thing. So from here we could get address, email, name, phone, tax, exempt, and all these. So we can use name and email, these two things. All right. All right. So what we'll do, we have ID, we have booking ID, then we will have string payment status, or let's call it status only. For our case, this is just status. Okay, then okay, we can have this date time created at maybe. All right. Then this booking ID, this is actually the hmm, this is navigation property. So we will have prop booking, and this will be booking, and we need to make it virtual. All right. So I guess our entity is ready. And now what we can do, we will go to our application DB context and we'll add it here. So after booking, we will have payments like this. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. From here, what we will do, save everything, booking.razor. On this payment success page, where is it? Booking success. On this page, we have checkout session ID. From this session ID, we can get the information. What information? That payment status and customer details. These we can get. Okay, I did not have used customer details. Payment.cs, status, booking ID, and yes, let's call it additional info or additional information. We can have anything in this, and let's make it nullable, and let's make it max length of, yeah, maybe 150, and let's say Unicode false. Let's use these as well. And same thing for status, we will use max length at 10 maybe, and then Unicode false. All right, save everything, we are good now. Success. From here we will have this additional information and payment status, but this booking ID, how will we have booking ID on this page? So we need to have that booking ID somewhere. So that somewhere is going to be this booking success. This page, we said from our payment service, we said that you should return to this page. On this page we will use that booking ID, so as a part of this URL. So what we can do, we have two approaches. Either we can have that as a part of query string, okay, or we can have that as a part of this URL parameter only. Okay, so let's have that as URL parameter only. So here, do we have booking ID already? So this payment model, let's have booking ID also here. So we will have long booking ID. Okay, and from booking.razor page, when we are creating the booking model, at this place we will have our booking ID. So for this pay now async, we can pass booking ID as a parameter here, long booking ID, and we can use that booking ID here, and we can pass this booking ID from here. We have this booking ID, we will pass this like this. Booking ID is nullable long, and here we know that this is not null. All right. Now payment service, we are good on booking success page now. We will have that as a route parameter. It will be booking ID and it will be long. So for have booking ID as a parameter here, so I'll use that long booking ID like this. And then we'll go to payment service, and when we are generating this here, we'll say after domain, we will say slash plus, and then, or maybe we can have this first part as interpolated string. So here we'll say domain slash model dot booking ID, and then this slash booking success and all this. All right. So now we are good. And on this cancel URL, let's have this booking ID as well on this cancel URL. Okay. So here we'll do the same thing we're doing here after this thing. Or maybe let's do this. We'll say domain slash bookings slash this, which is booking ID, and then we'll say success. Yeah, it makes more sense. So we'll follow the similar approach here. After domain, we will say bookings, then slash, then booking ID, then cancel. Yes. So that means let's modify the URL of this page, this booking success page. So we should have bookings, then booking ID, and then success. Similar way, we'll create one more page for cancel booking. So add a new razor component, and here we'll say booking cancel. And we'll add our page bookings booking ID long and slash cancel. And here also we are going to have our parameter, which we will be having as long booking ID, and this will be parameter. And same thing all here also we need to decorate it with parameter attribute. All right. Okay. So now we are reaching somewhere. All right. So now from booking page, when we are, what happened? Long booking ID. Oh, we should pass booking ID as a first parameter, just nothing else. All right. Now in pay now async, before navigating to this URL, what we will do, we will make that in the payment table, we will make an entry. Okay. So for that, what we'll do, we should have one unique ID as well. Oh, that we already have as ID, right? Okay, so what we should do from generate payment URL, let's generate that here only. Okay, okay. What we will do, we will generate one random ID here. Let's go to our payment.cs again. Okay, we already have ID. Okay. What we'll do, from our payment service, before generating all this for generate payment URL, we will add one entry to that payment table. So here what we will do, we'll say let's have our constructor, then let's have our idb context factory, idb context factory with application db context, application db context factory. Okay. And then here in this generate payment URL, at the very beginning, what we will do, we will simply say using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Here we will generate our entity. So here we'll say payment entity equals new payment from entity. We'll fill our values and those values are going to be ID. It will be automatically generated. Booking ID. This booking ID we can get from model.booking ID. Then we have additional info. We don't have that yet. Created at, which is date time dot now. Then we have ID, which will be automatically generated. Status, which is default, let's say pending for now, or maybe initiated. So status initiated, something like this. Then what we'll do, we'll simply say await, not context, we'll say context dot uh, payments dot add async payment entity. Then we'll say await context dot save changes async, like this. Now we have this payment entity, and when we are going to success URL or maybe cancel URL for both of these, we can have one additional parameter here. So here I'll say maybe just let's use just ID, which is actually payment ID. So we'll use this ID. It will be payment entity dot ID. We'll do the same thing for cancel. Here we'll say ID equals payment entity dot ID. Or if you want to be more explicit, we can name it maybe payment ID. Yeah, let's use payment ID. All right. So for this payment ID, let's access this payment ID on both of our pages, booking success and booking cancel. So let's copy this thing, this checkout session ID. So we'll use payment ID and this will be payment ID. Okay. Then let's copy this thing, go to our booking cancel page and let's have it here as well. Save everything and we are good now. Cool. Save everything. Great. Now first thing we'll work on our success case, then we'll work on our cancel case. So this is success case. Now from this page we need to make two things. First we need to modify this booking entity and we need to set this booking status from pending booked cancel. Right now we should have one more. Instead of after pending we should have payment done, something like this. I don't know what we should name it. So yeah, maybe payment done, and after payment done it will be booked or cancelled. So save everything. First thing we need to change this, and the second thing we need to modify this payment entry. So in this we will modify status and we will add additional info. These two things we will modify. We need to do these two changes. Here what we can do, from our booking success page, which is this one, we can pass all these three information to our payment service. From there we can access all of these things, right? Yes. All right, and we should display something here as well on this page, right? So maybe username and then booking, maybe payment done confirmation, something like that. So here what we can do, we can simply have private string and let's make it a label. We'll say name, or we will say, let's say guest name. Okay, and here we can display uh, something in this H3. Let's do this. Dear this underscore name, let's have some default this underscore guest name. Dear this, then we will have one p tag, and your payment is confirmed. We are checking what we should do. You will be allotted a room soon, something like this. Something like this. Yeah. Okay. So now let's go to payment service, and let's create one more method here. Here we'll say public async task, and from here let's return maybe method result. Method result. What does it have? Error message success. We don't need to return method result, right? We can just return guest name. That's all. So we'll say string public async task string. And from here we could say mm, confirm payment async, something like this. Okay. And we will have these three pieces of data: payment ID, booking ID, and checkout session ID. Okay. So string payment ID, this is fine. Then we'll say string, not string, long booking ID, and then we'll say string checkout session ID. Okay, we will have these three pieces of data. Then what we'll do, we'll fetch this payment entity from database. So payment entity equals, but before that we'll say using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Then for payment entity we'll say await context dot payments dot first or default async p goes to p dot id equals payment id string, and this is GUID. Okay, so let's say payment id str, and we can say GUID dot parse payment id str, like this. Now we have this payment entity. What we can do on this payment entity, we could say payment entity, we'll say dot status. Okay, for this status we need checkout session id, we need checkout information here. So what we can do, we can create a session service the same way. New session service which will come from step.checkout. Then we can get our checkout session from this session service dot get async, and we can pass our checkout session id to this, and here we will have our checkout session. The status, we can get checkout session dot, what was that? Okay, it should be awaitable, so await. So we'll say checkout session dot payment status, right? Payment status. Okay, so here it is, payment entities, this thing null or what. Okay, we should check for all these cases. First, we'll see if checkout session is not null. Or maybe let's do this. From here, we will return. We have method result and we have method result with data. So let's use this second one. This data will be guest name. So method result of string. Let's say nullable string. Okay. Now let's do. We already have implicit operators. Yes. Yes. So we'll do the opposite. First, we'll check if checkout session is null. That means something broke in between. So from here, we'll simply return. And now we will have one issue. Yes, now it will freak out because the return type is string, this t data is string, and error message is also string. If we use this, it will consider this one. So this is a flaw in our logic. Okay, let's do the long method. So here we'll say method result of string. Here we'll say if success false, then error message, it will be, let's say, checkout session, or let's say invalid checkout session, something like this. And let's have this default. Now we'll use context, then we will have this payment entity, and here also we are going to check if payment entity is null. Let's return something similar. Here we'll say invalid payment ID, something like this. Okay. If that is also not the case, we set payment status, then we will set additional information. So additional info. This we can get checkout session dot customer details, not customer creation, customer details dot name and email, at least these two things. So what we'll do, we'll simply generate one string. Here we'll say name, it will be name, and then email, it will be email. Checkout session customer details email. And we have booking ID as well, so we need to work on that as well. So we will access booking. Here we'll say await context dot bookings dot same first or default async. Here we'll say b dot id equals booking id. If this is null, then we'll return the similar things. Here we'll say invalid booking id. Let's do this one. If booking is null. If that's not the case, we will set booking dot status equals. Now we have this payment done, booked or cancelled. So okay, let's add one more. Here we'll say payment cancelled, or let's say payment success, payment cancelled. Yes, let's do this. Payment success and payment cancelled, something like this. Okay. So now we need to check if this payment was successful or if this payment was uh, failed. So for that, what we can do, we can check if let's have private const. Here we'll say stripe payment success, it is paid, private const string, because these are defined in Stripe. Stripe payment success, Stripe payment fail, so it will be unpaid. So now here we will check if the checkout session, checkout session dot payment status equals this Stripe payment success. If this was success, if this was success, then we will set payment success. If that's not the case, we will set payment cancel. Alright, now we have booking.status ready. I think we are good now. Now we can modify these things. So here we'll say await context.save changes async. Now there is one thing. We are modifying booking, we are modifying payment entity. These are things. So we need to set these as tracking, because now we are tracking the changes. So this and then this bookings. So dot as tracking, like this and like this. All right, now we saved everything. Now we need to return the username, guest name basically. So that we can get from booking ID. So from booking, we can have guest ID. This ID, this is actually user ID. So we can get the username from this user ID using maybe our username. So for that, we can inject I user, not I user manager, just user manager of type application DB, not application DB, application user. Like this. Here we'll say user manager. Now we have this user manager. So here, from here we can get guest name equals await user manager dot users dot first or default async u dot id equals booking dot guest id, and from here we will just access, so user dot select u dot full name. Now first or default is complaining, so we'll make it where, and we'll move select after this. So user manager users where this guest ID, so select full name dot first or default async, like this. All right. So let's break it down to multiple lines. And now we can return this guest name. Return guest name. What is the issue here? This is nullable string. This is guest name is nullable string. This is nullable string. And what we are returning? Oh, we are returning method result, right? So here we'll say return new method result. It's success true. Error message null. Data is this guest name, like this. All right, let's add this method to our interface. There's a lot going on here. Have it, save it. Let's go to payment success. And here we can access that. So we'll say inject I payment service, and here on initialized async method, we can get var result equals await payment service dot confirm payment async, and then we can pass first payment ID, then booking ID, then checkout session ID. Okay, then we can check if result dot its success is true. Then we know that guest name is going to be result dot data. Right? If that's not the case, if there is some error, so let's have one more piece of information. We will have it as error message. If that's not the case, we will say else. We will set error message equals result dot error message. If that is somehow null, we will say unable to confirm your payment, something like this. So for error message, we will check if error message, if not string dot is null or white space error message, then we will display some bigger error message. So in H3, we'll say class text danger, and here we'll display this error message. And if that's not the case, then we'll display all this information. And I guess we have talked so much, we have written so much code. Now it's time to check if everything is working as we are expecting it to work or not. Right? Did we miss something? Everything looks in place, everything looks fine. Now, first thing, let's add the migration for payment entity. Payment entity. Add migration payment entity. Build succeeded. Okay, migration is done. Let's see what we got. Payments table, it is creating ID, booking ID, status, this thing. Everything is fine. And we have this referential action cascade. So we should remove this as well. Okay, let's do this. Package manager console will remove this migration. Okay. Then what we'll do, okay, is there any other migration as well? Added this payment. Yeah, this is the only one. All right. So what we'll do for payment, let's go to our application DB context first. Where is that application DB context? And here we'll say builder dot entity payment dot has one p dot booking with many bookings. One booking can have multiple payment entries. On delete cascade behavior, no action. All right. Save, and now we can add the migration payment entity. Let's add it. and we are good. All right, it is creating this table, nothing else, creating index, and we are good. Save everything and let's try to run it, and we'll see if we have everything in place. App is here. If I go to book a room, I am logged in. Let's log in with Abhay at abhay.com. Okay, we'll log in with this only. Let's choose this first room, book now. We are here. First room, and let's book now. We are here, book room is sync. We already have user ID. We are here, pay now is sync. Generate payment URL. We'll come here. We have payment entity ready. It got saved. We will have payment entity ID, which is this booking ID 8. All right, creating session. We have session. We should have some loading indicator there. Yeah. All right. Now we have this payment URL, this long URL, which should have all our information. Now let's continue from here. But before that, on booking success, let's add a breakpoint here, and then I'll continue. Now it will go to Stripe. All right. We have all these information. Let's have some email at the rate gmail.com. Then dummy card number, card. Let's say guest name or something specific. Let's say Prince. Pay. Now it will pay and go to that uh, booking success page, and there we should have all our information. Taking a lot of time processing. Maybe my internet it is not working. Yeah, we are on initializing. So payment ID, we have the same payment ID. Booking ID we have 8, and this checkout session ID, it this uh, Stripe created this for us. Now let's go to this confirm async, confirm payment async. Now here we will have this first. We have this checkout session which is not null. Great. Then we will have this payment entity which is not null again. That is great. Then this payment status that is paid. We'll come to the next line, and this is going to name Prince, email this some email.com which we provided there. Then we'll have this booking, and this is also not null. So booking.status, this is payment success now. Save changes. Then guest name, this is Abhay Prince, which is the username. And I'm going to continue it. We have this and continue, and we should see this is here. Trust me, we'll fix the UI for this, but right now let's have it like this. This thing, this, then we have this, which has margin top this. So dear Abhay Prince, your payment is confirmed. You will be allotted a room soon. So we are good with this, right? We just need to fix the UI of this page a bit, and then let me copy this URL first, and we need to fix the thing. What if I refresh this page, this payment success page? If I refresh this page, it should not uh, modify these things again, right? Because we already have the status and everything ready. So right now I'll simply have this URL copied here so that I can directly hit this without moving to that complete process. In this confirm payment async, what I'll do, so confirm payment async, in this thing, the first thing we should check before maybe getting the checkout session, we should check the payment entity or maybe booking, and then we should see if the status is already payment success. Then we should not do any of these things. We should directly return this guest name, right? So that thing we'll do next. I'm going to take a quick break. All right. So now what I am thinking, maybe instead of checking that, what we can do, we have this checkout session ID. So this ID is unique. So let's use this checkout session ID as a column, as a property in this payment entity, so that we can directly track it out that okay, we are making changes for this particular uh, checkout session. That would make more sense, I guess. Okay, so what we'll do, inside this we have ID, we have booking ID, and here we can have this string checkout session ID. Okay, and then we can maybe have this as max length of, I don't know, maybe 50. So checkout session ID. All right, and then when we are generating the payment URL, at that time when we were adding it to payment entity, we had access to that payment entity, and what we should do after generating this session, this is create async, here we have this. So let's use our payment entity dot checkout session ID equals this session dot ID, and then we'll save it. So context dot save changes async. There could be some better ways, but right now this is what coming into my mind right now. All right, so we have this checkout session ID now. And now when we come to confirm payment async method, at this time we should check we are dealing with where is it, stripe payment success, what is it, okay, we have these constants, right? Let's add one more constant. So here I'll say stripe payment maybe pending. For this we use this initiated text, right? So let's say maybe initiated. So let's use this. We'll use this status here. And then inside this confirm payment async, first thing we will check this payment entity. So let me move it to the first inside this method. And here, after checking this payment entity, then we will check. We should get first a default payment ID str. We can have one more condition, that will be p dot checkout session ID equals this checkout session ID. Okay. Then here we will check payment entity dot status. If this status equals Stripe payment initiated, then only we'll continue. If this is not initiated, that means we already have status for this payment, whether it was paid or unpaid. So let's check the opposite. If it is not equals to initiated, so we already have this payment status. So we don't need to do anything in the database. Okay. Then if we don't have to do anything, we can directly return this guest. So what we can do, we can have our else condition here, and then we'll wrap everything else inside this else case. So now what we have, whenever we directly come to this method, first we will get the payment entity from database on the basis of this checkout session ID and payment ID. Then we'll check if payment ID is null, we'll simply return from here. Now if that's not the case, and if the status is not initiated, that means we already have status of this payment, we will simply go to this and we have a situation here. We need to get booking ID in any case. So let's move this as well outside of this method. Booking ID, all right. Then we'll direct return guest name. If that's not the case, that means payment status is initiated. So we will get the details of this checkout session from Stripe. Then we will modify the statuses accordingly. We'll save the database changes and then we'll return the guest name. So now we have everything in place. We have that link. Where is that? I added that URL, right, to where did I add that URL? So that I can refresh that page and we can see that again. Oh, it should be on booking success page. Yes, it's here. So let me copy this, save everything, and let's rerun. Okay, so it's here. Let's see. Oh, we can directly paste that and we should hit this breakpoint. We are here. Let's go to this confirm payment async. We have payment entity and we have error. The problem here we are going to have that we added that column to our payment entity, but we didn't create that, what we call it, we didn't create migration. So let's add a migration for that. Add migration and it will be add checkout session to payment. Okay, it's here. Add column checkout session ID and worker 50 50. This is fine. All right. Now if we run it, it should create this, but we already have one entry, right? So we need to create a new one because we added that checkout session ID. So we should create a new payment and then we should check that for that new payment. But we could say the current one row that is invalid. Okay, what we'll do, we'll go here, maybe just log in, book a room, to some room, book now, continue. Errors? What is the error? Console. So let's check that error in our console. Here it is saying payments column does not allow nulls, insert fails, checkout session ID table Okay, so from book room async, when we are making the this booking, uh, in here, no, not in here, our payment service. So this time that column that is required, so it does not allow null value, so we need to have some value for checkout session ID. So we can have some random ID, but because we know this will be added after creating this session, so we are good with this. So let's run it and let's see if it works this time. Okay, book a room, saver, book now, continue. Is something happening? Yeah, now again we have some errors. What is this error now? Now it is saying string or binary data would be truncated in table checkout session ID. Oh, this is more than 50. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so let's do this. Let's increase that size to maybe 100 or 150. I don't know what would be the length of session ID. Can we check that in our payment service? So this session ID, in here there is no indication, right? Unique identifier for the object. All right, so what we'll do, let's let's make it 150. And now we change it to 150. We should add migration again. Add migration, checkout session size increase. And migration is done. Let's run it again. All right, it's here. Book a room. Book now. Yeah, that loading indicator is also missing here, right? Because now I clicked on it. I should see that indicator. Continue. Right now, we cannot see anything happening on this page. The page loading is also not there. Now it started loading, right? So we should have that loading indicator. Okay, we'll do this right away. Right now, just let's check some random email, gmail.com, test card information. Let's pay thing. Hmm. We already have that breakpoint on that method, right? So pay booking success page, yes we have. And in payment service, yes we have. Okay, booking success, breakpoint got hit. Now let's try to go to this method. We are here, let's add a breakpoint here for the next request. Payment entity, we got it. Bookings, we got it. And now we will check. So this is initiated. That means it will go to else condition. Now we will have a checkout session. All the information. Now status will be paid. Save changes async, cast, and continue. Continue and continue. We are here. We need to fix this as well. But right now we are good. Let's refresh this page. It came here again. And now we are here. We got payment entity. We got booking details. And this time it went to this condition. Because right now Stripe payment initiated is not the status. It is paid. So we already have the actual status for this booking ID, for this payment ID, and for this checkout session. All right. So now we will just return the username, which will display that okay, dear name, your payment is confirmed, and this thing. Okay. So we are good. Now let's first fix the design of this page. So this is home page. Not home page. This is actually public page. So let's go to our components. Do we need to set something here? Let's check some page about section teams inner page layout. We need to set inner page layout, right? For all these pages, we have inner page layout. So on booking success, we will set inner page layout. And booking cancel as well, we'll set inner page layout. Okay, now we already have the, okay, let's first save it. Save everything and let's see if the design is fine. On initialized, we are good. And where is the page? Okay, it's here. Now we can see this. So on this page, let's move this section to center of the screen. Okay. Let's have maybe div class container. That should be fine. In this, we might use display flags and justify content center, and with margin top, let's say 5. And let's wrap everything else inside one more div so that we can have this wrapper. Oh my god, I missed that. X div class container deflex justify content center empty 5. Then we are going to have a wrapper div, then all this thing. So save it. Move breakpoint, continue. And it's here. So we are good now. All right, that means this uh, booking success, booking creation is done. Now let's work on that. Okay, first thing, let's add loader. Then we'll work on that booking cancel page. So here what we'll do, in components shared, let's create one razor component. Let's call it loader. Okay. And in this, what we'll do, we'll have a div class, which will be, let's say, uh, loader wrapper, something like this. Then we are going to have one overlay class here. Okay. And then inside this loader wrapper, let's have our styles. So style type text CSS, and I want this to be scoped to this component only. And then I will have this loader wrapper. I want this to position fixed, then top 0, left 0, right 0 and bottom 0, all 0, so that it takes the entire screen. Top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. And same thing I would need for overlay. So let's do this. Let's create one more class, and it will, I'll say, full screen fixed, something like this. And I'll move all of these to this full screen fixed. And then I'll use this full screen fixed with both of these overlay and loader wrapper. Okay. Now for overlay, first let's do overlay. So for this overlay, I'll have a background color of maybe black, and then I will have an opacity of 0. Maybe 8, 0.8. Save it. All right. Then for with this loader wrapper, we will have display flags, and okay, we can add those classes directly because these are coming from Bootstrap. We can use this. So display flags, justify content center, and align item center to make vertically in center. The content is to be vertical in center. All right. Now we have this. Inside this, now we can have the div with class. This maybe we might not need this loader wrapper. Now here we will have two things. First, we will have one loading indicator, and then we will have one loading text. Okay. So for this, the loading indicator, did I use that somewhere? Maybe I used loading indicator somewhere. I don't remember. So let's go to Bootstrap. So we'll say get bootstrap.com, and we'll search for spinner, not example docs. And let's search for spinners. So we can use any of these spinners. Hmm. All right, let's use the first one, basic one only, this one. So I'll copy this, I'll go to my code, and in here I will add this thing, and after this I want some text. For example, this loading. Okay. So for this, what I'll do, we can use this loader at multiple places throughout our application. So what I'll do, this loading text, it could be dynamic. So I will add one property here of type string. string, and it is going to be, let's say, loading text, and this will be a parameter, and I'm not going to add the uh, editor required because maybe we don't pass it. So for those cases it will use this default loading text. So here we will use this loading text, and now we are good. Okay, now for this thing and this thing, loading text and this indicator, this spinner, I need these vertically stacked. So for that, I'll remove this loader wrapper. Here I'll say let's make it display flex, and I want flex direction to column so that these are vertically stacked. Then I want these to be center aligned from both of the sides. So let's use this both justify content center and align item center. And now we are good. Now I can remove this loading loader wrapper. So we are good now. Save everything. And then let's go to our booking.razor page. And here we will have one more state, private bool, and here I'll say is loading. Okay, and then I will have one, maybe let's say string, and the label string loading text, both of these things. Okay, then what I'll have, I will just check if is loading is true. We will render our loader and we'll pass loading text to this underscore loading text, and now we are good. Now what I'll do, uh, on initialized, do I have anything here? No. Then book room async here. So what I'll do, I'll wrap everything in a try catch block, and in try, first thing I will start with is loading to true and loading text to maybe let's have loading only, or maybe loading text to maybe processing. And then we'll have our complete logic. In finally, or maybe in catch, we will set it to false, is loading to false, because in try we will not set it to false because we want it to display loading, because after everything is successfully done on this page, it will going to redirect to the Stripe payment page. So we are good if we do not hide the loader. All right. We should hide the loader. The reason is we are using these returns in error case, right? Yes. Okay, let's set it to false in finally block then. And here we have error message as well, right? Error message, and we are not using this error message anywhere in our HTML, right? So let's use this error message. So what I'll do, right before book now, I will check if not string dot null or white space underscore error message. Then I'm going to do the similar thing. I'll use div class call 12, and inside this I'm going to have a p with class text danger, Then I'll display this underscore error message here. All right. And then whenever we, let's say, let's reset that whenever we are clicking on this book room missing button. Error message equals null. Okay. Or maybe we can reset this thing on all our changes as well, because now we have this handle room type change. We have this filter room type. Yeah. All right. We are making a good progress here. Now if we have some error in here for this exception, so here also we could say error message equals ex.message, so that we display the error message. And I guess we are good now. All right, let's save everything and let's run it. It's here, and we again have that problem. Let's log in, book a room. If I press this, we have select room, book now, and we have this loader, which by the way looks ugly. Then it got removed, and then we are going to checkout page. So I will fix these two things. First thing, let's go to our loader. We have overlay. So on overlay, I'm going to set z index of, let's say, by default the bootstrap uses, I guess, 1049 for models. So I'll use 1051 or 1050 for loader, this overlay. And I will use on this main loader text and all this, I will use uh, let's call it loader only, class loader. So on loader, I will have z index as 1051. Then on this inner div, let's do this as well. We will add shadow lg, and then maybe let's have p3 padding 3 from all the sides. Then in booking rotorizer, I want to make one more change. That change is going to be this is loading true. I don't want it to uh, get crew missing, pay now missing, which is this, right? So let's do this. Let's not use finally, because I want this to be there if we are navigating. So I'll set is loading false explicitly. So whenever I'm returning from here, I will set it to false. So here, and then I'll set it here as well. And if both of these cases are not met, then it will simply display loading and it will be there on the screen. All right. Okay. Let's try to run it and let's see if that loader looks fine. Book a room, book now, and we see it, but still that was in the background kind of thing. So for that, maybe we need to explicitly set the background. For this, I'll say bg white. Save, run. I'm having all these will be there will be multiple rows for in the payment. Those we will clean the table up, and now it looks fine, right? All right, we are good now. Now let's work on this back button, which is cancel, or maybe this payment was cancelled from here. How can can the payment be cancelled from here? Let's put a breakpoint and let's see. Payment service. I will add a breakpoint to this confirm payment async, and I'll add some invalid information. And here I will add some random card which is not valid. 4242 0101 0101, and this is also not valid. 424204220454, some random number, and it is still not valid, so it will not allow me. So we will always have the correct values. What if I put expiry date cannot be in the past? So I don't know how I can make this payment failed. Okay, if we cannot fail it from here, we'll work on this cancel from here. Okay, all right. So what I'll do on booking cancel page, right now we have booking ID, we have payment ID. Let's grab the checkout session ID as well. Okay, if we are doing this, so that means we need to add this from our payment service when we are generating it. So payment ID, then we'll do the same checkout session ID to this. Okay, checkout session ID and this. Save everything, and we are good now. On cancel page, we have booking ID, payment ID, checkout session ID. So in payment service, we can create one more method. I'm stopping it, leave it. The way we have confirm payment async, using the same way, we will have our let's say cancel payment async, something like this. Okay, public async task, and let's just use task, and here I'll say cancel payment async like this, and it will have the same parameters. All right, then we will start with the similar logic. We will get our context, we will get our payment entity, we will get our booking, then we will check our payment entity status. Let's copy everything. Okay, and what I'll do, okay, this should also return method result. So from here, let's remove this method result. It will be direct method result. Method result. And then if this is not payment initiated, then we will not do anything. So let's check this. So if it wasn't initiated, that means we already have status for this payment, so we will not do anything. If that's not the case, then we'll come here. We will have session service, checkout session. From here also we will return this invalid. If that's not the case, then we will set payment entity status checkout session dot payment status, this was unpaid, right? So here what we should do, in our payment entity, so let's have this, let's maybe say cancelled, and then additional info, here we could say cancelled by guest. Okay, we can say payment cancelled by guest, like this, payment cancelled by guest, and here we know the payment cancelled, so we'll directly set this. Then save changes async, everything is fine, we don't need to return guest name or anything from here. In this case we will directly return true. That means we have done what needed to be done on this page. So now we can simply remove this condition. We will have this if, and then we will have the opposite condition, which is if this equals initiated. Alright, so looks like everything is fine now. Let's add this method to our interface. And then let's use this iPayment service on our booking cancel page. Booking cancel page, here we'll say inject and payment service. After that, we'll have same thing, div class container, display flags, justify content center. Then we will have empty5. Then we will have one div here, and then we will have let's have private bool error message like this, and then we will simply override our own initialized async method. Okay, and in here we will get the result of this cancellation from our service. We will say await payment service dot cancel payment async, and here we'll pass payment id, then booking id, then our checkout session id. Okay, then we'll check if result dot its success is false. Then we'll simply set error message to we could say result dot error message directly. This is nullable and this is, oh, this should be nullable string, not bool. Error message, if that's not the case, we will not do anything. We will just throw a simple message. So here we would say, first let's check if this error message is not, now we can directly check it for null because we have default value as null, right? So null like this. Okay, if this is null, then we can simply display a p, and here we'll say your payment is cancelled, something like this. Else, here we'll display class text danger, and we'll display error message. Save everything and let's run, and let's come back to this cancel page. It's here. Let's go to book a room, select room, book now, processing. Let's put a breakpoint on booking cancel page and cancel payment async method. Okay, okay. Now let's press this back. Oh, breakpoint got hit. We came here. Yes, oh, we got all these payment ID, booking ID, checkout section ID. Yes, we have all these. So we have booking payment. This is initiated. We'll go to this checkout session. This is cancelled, 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 save, return true, and continue. And we can see your payment is cancelled. And we are okay with this message. All right. So looks like everything is fine. Now our complete payment flow is done. Now we'll move to the next step, and that next step is going to be when user guest made payment, then it should be reflected, this booking should be reflected somewhere on our admin panel for our admin and staff user, right? So from there they can choose some room for this particular booking, right? Because from booking we are just setting room type, and one room type can have multiple rooms, so we will assign one of the room from that room type to that particular booking. Okay, and then we need to display those bookings in my booking section. But right now let's work on the next part, which is manage booking from admin side. Continue, continue, continue. Okay, log in with the, let's say, admin user. We have this manage bookings page. Now we will work on this page. Alright, so what I'll do, I'll first close all the tabs. Then first thing, let's go to our header. So component, shared, header, and let's check that manage bookings link, which is here, manage bookings. Now this is with role staff and admin. So that means we'll start this with staff hyphen admin slash manage hyphen bookings. Okay. Okay. Let's create this page. So we'll go to our components, pages, staff admin. This folder, and here we are going to create a razor component. Let's say manage bookings. And first thing, we'll add our page razor attribute. It would be staff hyphen admin slash manage bookings. Save everything. Now we will come to this page. And for this page, first let's save, and we have manage rooms, manage room types. Let's see what we have on manage rooms. We'll follow the similar type of thing. Okay. Okay, let's copy this container. In this container, first thing we have go back, so there is no point of having this. Then we will have this h1, which will have manage bookings. Then we have this button, which does not make sense in this case. Then we have this table, and in this table, let's now delete this table. We'll see what we need to do on this page. So manage bookings, we should have one table with some data. We should have paging as well, right? And then in that paging, so instead of making the pages, UI and all those by ourselves, let's use quick grid. Okay, that is a component from Blazor for displaying grid with we will use paging from that grid, nothing else, but there are a lot of features in quick grid. Okay, so first thing, we will make the render mode of this page to interactive server with pre-rendering false. We don't need pre-rendering for this. Here we'll say this new interactive server render mode with pre-rendered false. It's pre-render only, right? Pre-render, yes. All right, save everything. Now, did we used quick grid in this? We have quick grid. That means we used quick grid for something. Manage amenities, manage rooms, manage room types. In admin, manage staff. Where did we use quick grid? Post auth, change password, my profile. Let me search in this complete project. If I have added it, I must have used it somewhere. Quick grid. Find all. And we have user list component. All right, I'm using this here on user list. All right. Okay, now we'll use this on our manage booking page. So manage bookings. Okay, so we will have our quick grid using this uh, Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components quick grid. Now we have this quick grid. For this, we will use our items provider. Okay, which is of type grid items provider T grid item. So for this, what we will have, we will have private grid items provider of type, let's say booking, our booking entity. Where is that? Data dot entities dot booking. This booking. So here we could say, we could name it bookings provider. Okay, and then we will override our on initialized async method, and in here I made a type of bookings provider. I'm going to provide body for this bookings provider. So that body is going to be bookings provider. This is actually a delegate. So for this we need to provide, we'll say async. Now it will take grid items provider request. This one of the same type, this data entities booking. We need to use this booking directly. So what we can do, we can use using static, or maybe not static, we will say using what I've done, build, cancel, using booking equals hotel booking blazor dot data dot entities dot booking. Okay, here then we can simply skip this data dot entities. We can directly use this booking, and this will be the same booking. So this will be request And then we can provide our logic here, which will return uh, grade items provider result. This of the same type, which is booking. On this, we have a factory method which is grade items provider result. Okay, we don't need to make it generic. We can from can be generic. Okay. Here we need to provide a collection. So in from we will say this is of type booking. Then we can return empty result and total count. For now, let's have 10. We will make this dynamic, but right now I'm just having it so that I can simply it can be compiled basically. What is the issue on initializing? Not all code path returns value. So in this case, we can make it simple on initialized, protected, override, void on initialized. We have set this. Now this bookings provider, let's make it nullable. So this items provider, we can set this underscore bookings provider. Okay. Now we will have all our logic inside this bookings provider. So for this first, let's have our loader, because when it is trying to load the values, we will have our loader indicator. So for that, I'm going to have private pool loader, or maybe is loading. All right. And then in bookings provider, I will set this is loading to true. Now this runs outside of this Blazor components, we could say life cycle. So we need to explicitly tell Blazor that you should re-render this page so that we can see this is loading effect on this UI. So here we'll say state has changed. We'll call it explicitly. Then we'll say fetch bookings from DB, and then we will set it back to false, is loading to false, and then we'll again say state has changed like this. All right, now we will check if is loading is true. We will render our loader component, and for this loading text we can set fetching bookings. We can have it hard coded, and probably hard coded because we are using this only for this purpose on this page. So I guess we are good. Now first thing, we will go to our booking service and we will add the method to fetch the bookings. Okay, so let's go to our services. We have this booking service. Now we'll say public async task, and this should be, because for this quick grid for paging we need two set of data. One is total count and one is the record for this particular page. So for this, do we have our paged result model? Paged result model, we have this model. We will use this model. So we will use paged result of type booking. So here we'll say get bookings async, and in order to apply paging using quick grid, it gives us start index for all the pages. So here we will use start index, and then we will use total the page size, number of records per page. Okay, now we'll generate our query here. So but have access to our context. So here we'll say use var context equals context factory dot create db context. Now we have our db context here. From this we will generate our query, which will be context dot bookings, uh, just bookings. No, we don't have any additional logic here. The start index and page size, this will be for paging. So right now let's have it like this only. Var query equals to context.booking, and here we will say var total count equals query.count. We can make it async. So we'll say await count async. Then we can have our bookings using await query dot, then we'll apply order by descending. Okay, and this order by descending we will use b dot check-in date. Then we'll skip start index, and then we'll take page size dot to array async. Now let's break it down to multiple lines. Skip, take, to array async, and now we have our list of bookings. From here we can return new paged result of booking with total count and our bookings. Now we are good. Let's use this method in our interface. Add this to interface first, and then we can use it directly. So we'll go to our manage bookings page. We will inject our booking service, and from this booking service in here we can fetch the data. So here we'll say var result equals await booking service dot get bookings async, and then comes start index, which we can get from this request dot start index, and then page size, this we can get from request dot, sorry, not result, request dot count, and this is nullable. So if this is null, we will have default value for our page size, so that we can have it here. We'll say private const int page size equals, let's say 10, and then we can set it here also. Now we have results. We have is loading false, state has changed. Then in this from, first we need to add our data, which will be result dot records, then total count, which will be result dot total count. All right, we can remove this comment because now we have our logic in place. All right, now on this quick grid we will have our pagination. So for that we need to have our pagination state. For that I'll use private pagination state, which is provided by Blazor itself, Blazor's quick grid. So pagination state equals new pagination state, and in this we can set items per page, which will be this page size, this thing. Okay, now we can use this pagination state. After this table responsive, inside this, here we will use paginator, which has one state parameter. We can add this pagination state, and same state parameter we can have on our quick grid. So it will be pagination, and we can say pagination state. All right, so this fetching data is done, this is done, loader is done. Now let's work on this quick grid. So on quick grid, first thing we'll use HTML CSS class attribute. So we'll add table stripped. So this quick grid creates a table element, HTML element. So we can add additional styling to this. So we are applying this class, this table stripped. These classes are coming from Bootstrap. Okay, now we can define the columns which we are going to use in our table. Okay, so for quick grid for this booking, let's see what all we have. If we go to this booking, we have ID, room type ID, room ID, guest ID, adults, children, check-in, check-out. I guess maybe we can display all of the fields. Okay, so I'm just copying all of these just to reference. Okay, I'll add these, use these one by one here. I just added these here just so that I can display these. All right. So in quick grid, we have property column. This is a render fragment. We can set property parameter and it can take this lambda function. So we will say b goes to b dot maybe id if we want to display booking id. Then let me copy it a couple of times. Then we have room type id. When we say room type id, instead of displaying room type id, we should display room name, right? So it will be a room type name. So it should be room type dot name, and now we have a situation here, and the situation is this room type is going to be null here. Okay, let's first see what all things we need here, then we'll modify our fetching logic. Okay, so room type dot name, then we have room id. So for this we should have room number. So it should be room dot now room number. This is also going to be null by the way for this time. Then comes guest ID. So instead of displaying guest ID, we want to display guest name. So here we will say b dot guest dot name, and this is also going to be null at this time. We need to modify our query. After that, we have this booking was booked on this date. Then we have check-in, check-out date and adults and children. So check-in date, check-out date, then we have adults, then we have children, then we have the special request and remark and status. So then we'll use special request. Then comes booking status. Let's display booking status, and then we will have this remarks option. Okay, all right. Okay, now let's modify this booking entity. So we need room type name, we need room number, we need guest's name. These three things are additional here. So we have two approaches. First approach is we can create a DTO or model. We can use that. Or second approach is if you don't want to create another model, another type, then we can go to this booking entity. And in here we can create those properties, but we will make those properties are not mapped so that those are just for displaying purpose. Those are not going to be used from our C# to database connectivity. So those are not going to be saved in the database. Okay, so we can follow that approach. Let's follow that approach only. That makes sense, right? So we will say, or maybe let's do the right thing. Let's create a separate model. For that, I'm going to copy all these properties because I will need all these. Where are our models? In our models, I'm going to create a booking model here. Do we already have some booking model? Yes, we have this booking model. Okay, so for this, I'll call it booking display model. Booking display model. Okay, and I'm going to add all those properties first. Then let's remove these data annotations because this is going to be just for display purpose. This is not going to be for adding the values to the database. So we are good without data annotations. And let's not have any default value. Then comes room type ID. We will have room type name. Room type name. Then we have room ID. Similarly, we will have nullable string room number. Then we have guest ID. Similarly, we will have, this will not be nullable because this there will always going to be some value. So here we will say guest name. And all other are fine. Save it. Clean this booking display model. Let's go to our booking service. Booking service. And when we are fetching the data, so after skip take or maybe before skip take, we can add a select, and this would be B goes to new booking display model, booking display model, and then we can fill our values. Adults, booked on, check-in date, checkout date, children. So this guest ID, b dot guest ID, room type ID, ID, room ID, special request, status, then total amount, remarks. Like now, after room type ID, we will set room type name, which will be b dot room type dot name. Okay. Then room ID. Before that, we have guest ID. So here we will set guest name. Guest name equals b dot guest dot name, or let's say full name. Then we have this room ID. Now this is nullable, right? So here we need to have some additional check. Here we will check if b dot room ID equals null. If this is null, we will return, let's say, empty string. If that is not null, then we know where we will have access to this b dot room, and from this we can access room number. Now we can't have that null check operator here because it cannot, EF core cannot translate that to SQL query. So that's the issue. So that's why I'm using this explicit approach. All right. So looks like everything is fine. We just need to change the return type. So this paged results generic type, it would be this, instead of booking, it should be booking display model. And we will modify our interface as well. Now we are good. Now let's go to our booking, manage bookings page. And here we will change the type to booking display model, booking display model, booking display model. And now we can remove this using booking because now we are not using that. All right. Now we can remove this commented thing. And here we can set our actual thing. So b dot room type name. B dot room number, and B dot guest name, like this. Looks like everything is fine. We will just have the direct values, but that is not what we want here. So what we need, first thing we can have the, we can change the title of this. So here we'll say room type. By default, it will display the same name, which is this room type name. We don't want that. Then we have room number. Then here we will have, let's say, guest, booked on, booked on, check-in date, check-out date. So for this, I'll just use check-in, check-out, adults, children, special request. All right. Now this check-in date, check-out date, and booked on. We need to display some different format for this, right? So for this, we have format as well. We can directly display the format. So for booked on, we can use maybe, I don't know, I'm from India, so I can use DD, MMM, YYYY, and then maybe HHMMSS if I want to display everything. Then comes check-in date and check-out date. So for these, we can simply get rid of HHMMSS because check-in date and check-out date, these are date-only properties. So we just need to display dates only. Adults, children, special request, and everything else looks fine. All right, we will modify the things, but right now let's have it like this only. I just want to see if we can see the things. So let's run it and let's see if we can at least see the bookings we have made so far for our testing purposes. We have made so many bookings. And we'll see if quick grade and all this logic is working, fetching bookings and all this. It's coming. And again, we have the same problem. So let's log out, log in, and manage bookings. And we have this here. Manage bookings. And we have this paging. Total 15 items we have. ID, room type, room number. There is no room number for, no records have room number because we have not set those room numbers because those should be set from here, from this screen. We have guest name, then we have booked on, then we have check-in date, we have check-out date, we have number of adults, number of children, special request, then we have status pending, pending, payment success, pending, 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 payment cancelled, and all these things. Cool. Now let's go to page number 2. So for page 2 also we have all of these things. So looks like everything is fine. Let's make this page full width so that we can have more space horizontally. So instead of container, I'll use container fluid, first thing. Then second thing, let's add some logic to add the room number for the booking. Right now we have this room type, but we don't have room number, so we need to have room number associated with this record, right? So we'll do these two things. Then we will have one status, one action column here, so that we can actually confirm the booking or maybe cancel the booking. Okay, so three things, four things actually. First, make it full width. Second, add room number. Third, add an option to confirm the booking. Then fourth, add an option to cancel the booking. These four things we will do. All right, let's start one by one. So first thing, instead of container, we will use container fluid. If I save it and if I check it, it came full width. Okay. All right. Then for room number, let's have some logic. So we can have multiple approaches. We can have one assign room number button to the very end as an action column, or maybe we can have that logic in this same column only. What I mean by same column only, I'll modify this column, sorry, this room number column. Okay. So instead of property columns are columns which direct have value. So they will simply evaluate this expression and they will simply display that value here. But when we need additional logic, additional designing, then we can use one more render fragment from quick grid, that is template column. So instead of property column, we will use template column. Okay. And when we work with template column, we can add our own HTML, anything which we want to display. So, and this template column gives us one special variable, which is at the rate context, and that context is the actual object. In this case, that is booking display model. So from this, we can access everything. So we can access room number, we can access room ID. So here we will have some conditional logic. That conditional logic is going to be, hmm, so here we will have if the at the rate context, or not at the rate context dot room ID, if this is null. So right now let's display no room assigned, something like this. Right now we'll modify it. Then we can have else, and then we can maybe have we can directly display room number, so that we can get from context dot room number. So right now save it, edit code, we'll display title as room number, of course, and then we can simply remove this property column room number. Save it. Stop debugging and let's rerun so that we can see this. So where is it? It is here. Manage bookings. So right now room number, no room assigned because we don't have assigned any room assigned to these room numbers. Looks like everything is fine, right? Now we'll have the logic to assign that room, but before that, let's add one more column for that action column basically. So for that, we can use the same template column. So at the very end, I'm going to have one template column. I don't need to set any title. Here, I will simply have two buttons. So button type button, class btn, btn sm, btn primary. This will say, or not primary, I'll say success, and I'll say approve booking. Then I'll make a copy of this and then I'll say cancel booking, or maybe approve and cancel, just this. And cancel, I'll make it danger. All right, save everything. So when no room is assigned, at that time we can have one maybe button, same type button with classes btn, btn sm, btn maybe primary, and here we'll say add a room or maybe assign room, something like this. Okay, and let's have these in two separate lines. So on this first small tag, I'll say d block so that it occupies the complete line, display block, and then it goes to the second line. Looks like we are good. Save, and we can see this. All right, all of these has this assign room button, and then we have approve and cancel buttons. Next thing we need to work on the logic for this. And we can have one more thing. We can have conditional logic, because if the status is pending, we cannot approve that, right? And same thing we should do with room number. So we should display the room number only if the payment is success or the payment is approved. Then only we should display this assigned room. So let's add that condition as well. So if room ID is null, we'll say no room assigned. Then we will have some check, and that check is going to be, we'll say context dot status. So for booking status, we have these statuses. So we will say if booking success, payment success or booked. If these two statuses are there, then only we will display that. And same thing we will do for approve. So let's, instead of checking that condition there, let's come to this booking display model and let's have computed properties here. So here I will say, is it prop bool, we'll say is room number assignable, something like this. And for this, I'm going to check if status is equals booking status your payment success or status dot, sorry, not status equals booking status dot booked. If these two statuses are there, equals, then only we'll use this, and then we'll use this. So if is room number assignable, that will come from our context dot is room number assignable, then only we'll display this button. Okay, else we will not display this button, and we will not display anything, or maybe we can display some help text if we want. So here we can say room number can be assigned only after payment success, or only after payment, maybe something like this. Okay, we have this thing, else we are displaying room number. Then comes, we should have room number change logic as well. Should we have that? I think yes. So let's do this. Let's copy that button, and here we'll say on this pen we'll say class, or maybe let's change this to button only, this room number. So it will display room number, and if we click on it, it will simply change the room number. We'll do this logic. Then for this one, approve and success, same thing, we can approve and cancel. So we can approve only if the status, so here we'll say if context dot status is not equals, or okay, let's go to the statuses. So we can approve only if the status is payment success. If there is any other status, then we cannot approve. Right? Yes. Then comes cancelled. So for cancel, we can only cancel if the status is not payment cancelled and this cancelled. So let's have these two computed properties here. So first I'll say, let's say can be approved. For this we'll say status is not equals booking status dot, no. If status equals booking status dot payment success, then only we can approve, right? If payment success, then only we can approve. Yes, yes, just this. Then we'll have one more. Here we'll say can be cancelled. So it should be if the payment status is not payment cancelled and cancelled. These two. Alright. The status is not equals payment cancelled and status is not equals booking status dot cancelled. If these two things are there, then only we can cancel. All right. Let's stop debugging and let's go to our page. Now here we'll say context dot can be approved, can be approved. Then only we'll display this button. Or maybe let's do this. Let's add the disabled attribute and we'll use this here. And same thing we will do with cancel. We'll just change the condition. It should be can be cancelled. So save everything and let's try to run it and let's see how this page looks like now. Okay, coming, manage bookings, and we have assign room only for this one. Room number cannot be assigned, or maybe no room assigned, and we can have we can shorten this string. Then if we check on the right side, we have approve, cancel is not enabled, cancel is not enabled. For this one, oh, the condition is opposite. If this is pending, it should not be approved, right? Payment success, then we can have approved. So that means this condition for approved condition is revert and same goes for cancel. Oh, because I am using this disabled if can be approved, but this should be the opposite of this, right? It should be negation. So disabled if cannot be approved, and this will be disabled if it cannot be cancelled. So save it. And then let's see, yes. Approve is disabled, we can cancel it. Now approve is disabled, we can cancel it. For this payment success, we can approve and cancel. We can do both. For payment cancelled, both buttons are disabled because if the payment was cancelled, we cannot cancel it, we cannot approve it because it is already cancelled. Right? Looks like logic is working. And we have assigned room only when payment was success, then only we can assign room to this. Right? Let's shorten this string. Room number can be assigned and all this. So here we would say no room assigned. Then we'll say, let's say can be assigned after payment, something like this. can be assigned after payment, just this. And then instead of small, let's make it normal, maybe label. Save, and we are here. Let's go back. All right. All right, so looks like we are good with the design. Now we can work on this assign room functionality, then we'll work on change room functionality, and then we'll work on approve cancel functionality. All right. So for assigning the room, let's first work on service. So we'll go to service, room type service. This is the service we are using for all the room related operations, right? Okay. So here what we'll do, we'll say task method result of, let's say, string, and then we will say uh, assign room to booking async. Okay, and then we will have first thing booking ID, second thing we will have room type ID, and then third thing we will have room number, right? String room number. This is to assign. But before this, we need to display the room list. For that, we already have these, right? Get rooms, async. We can use this only. In room, we have ID, room type ID, room number is available, is ready, room type. Okay, we can use ID. We should use ID. Not room number. It should be int room ID. Int room ID like this. And now we'll implement this method in our room type service. Okay, so let's collapse everything and let's define this method. So public async task like this. And now, so first thing we need to have access to our context. So using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Now first thing, let's access this booking. Maybe this is available. Where is it? It's in room label, right? Yes. So let's do this. Uh, Need room type ID here. We don't, right? Because this room type ID is already set on booking level, and room ID already has a reference to this room type ID. So we can actually get rid of this room type ID. We don't need this. We need that to display the room numbers, which we already have. That method is already there. We'll check if we'll need, if we will add it again, but right now I don't think we need that. So now first thing, I will access this room. I'll say await room context dot rooms dot, let's say, first dot default async, and r dot id equals room id. Now first thing, this room is not null, or room is null, although this is edge case, this should not happen, this can't happen, but still let's see. If room is null, we'll simply return new method result of string Sorry, false, invalid, sorry, invalid request, and then data, let it be default, which will be null, but we are good. Okay, so let's make it nullable. All right, all right. If that's not the case, then next thing we are going to check if room dot is available is true, right? We should say first or default async with room ID, and then we should check is deleted as well. Is deleted is false, so not r dot is deleted. Now we'll say if room is not available, then also we will return error. We will say room is not available. This room is not available. Save everything. We are good. Now, if that is also not the case, then we will check if we have already. So, we will use this same method for assign room for the first time and then change room. So, we will use this same method for both of those operations. So, now we will see if this room, this booking ID already has one room assigned. So for that, I will access the booking object, booking entity. I'll say await context dot bookings dot. Now I will use as tracking because I want to modify this. I want to change the room basically. Then I'll say dot first dot default async b dot id equals this booking id like this. Okay, let's break it to multiple lines like this, like this. Now, first thing, I will check if booking is null, which again should not happen, but let's handle this case. So now what we'll do, now we will check for existing room. So let's check if this booking dot room ID is not null. If that's the case, the booking dot room ID was not null. So what we will do, first thing, we will say, let's say we should access this room ID and we should set the is available flag to true on this room. So we will check where existing room equals await context dot rooms dot first dot default. Then we'll say this booking dot room ID, booking dot room ID dot value, or we could here say if this has value, then we have this existing room. We will check if existing room is not null. If this is null, we are not bothered to change it. We will be okay with that. Now, if that's not the case, we'll say existing room dot is available equals true. So we are modifying this. So let's add as tracking here. Let's format it to multiple lines. Now we set existing rooms is available to true. After this check, we will set booking dot room ID equals this room ID which we got from the request room ID. Now we are good. Now we'll simply save it. Await context dot save changes async, and then we'll simply return new method result of string with Why string? We don't need anything in return, or do we? Uh, we need room number to say, okay, let's remove it. We don't need anything in return. And if we are doing that, that means we can use our implicit operators. So that means from here we can directly return this invalid request. From here we can return room is not available. Same, we can return invalid request. And from here we can directly return true. And looks like our method is ready. There is some error. What is the error? Oh, the return type. Sorry, yeah. So now our method is ready. Now let's go back to our booking, manage booking page. So where is that manage booking, manage booking? Okay. Now when we click on this assign room button or this room number, we should open maybe some modal pop-up, and in there we should have the list of room numbers for that particular booking, that means for that particular room type ID. Okay, so we can use bootstrap's modal pop-up or we can use HTML5 dialog. So let's use HTML5 dialog. We have already used that on one of the page, right? Which page we have used that? Was that manage rooms? Yes. Yes, we had this dialog. Close room model. Okay, we were working with IJS runtime, so we are good. We will follow the same approach. Okay, let's do this. What we can do if we are using it at multiple places, why not make it a separate component? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so let's do this. I'll go to components shared. I'll create a new razor component and I'll say it, let's say uh, dialog, just dialog. Now I'm going to copy this thing. We'll fix this, but first let's have it. So we have something here. After that, we need to inject IJS runtime. And after that, I will have close room modal, open room modal, these methods in here. And then, now this inner section, this section where I have this edit form, this should be dynamic. This should come from the consumer of this component. So I'm simply going to remove this thing, and in our code section I'm going to add one property which will be of type render fragment, render fragment, and this will be default child content. Okay, and then we are going to use this child content here. and then we'll make it as a parameter and editor required like this. Then we have this dialog ID. We should have this as well. There could be multiple dialogs. I don't know there will be or no, but for closing and opening this dialog, we need this dialog ID. So let's get it also as a parameter. So string dialog ID and this is also going to be parameter and editor required. This is also required. Dialog ID, we have it now. After that, for opening the modal, let's do this. Okay, let's have this logic here only, opening of modal. But we can have one more parameter which will uh, handle the opening of this dialog. Okay, so let's have it bool. Here we'll say, let's say show. And this is also going to be parameter and editor required. We need this from client side, consumer side. Okay, so this is show. Now what we will do, we will first let the body be there only, like this only. But whenever we got this show parameter value as true, at that time we need to call this open create room model. We need to change the name. We need to change the name. We need to say open model, and this we need to rename it to close model. Now it is generic, so close model. And this title as well, we should get it also as a parameter. Prop string title, parameter and editor required. Title, which is this create room here. Cool. Okay, so whenever this show parameters value is changing to true, we should show this model, and if this value is false, then we should close this model. All right. So for that, how we can watch the changes for this? So Blazor gives us one method which is on parameter set and on parameter set async. So because both of these methods are async, we will use on parameter set async, and let's use async suffix on both of these methods. Async, async. Okay, now whenever parameters are being set, or we are changing or setting those first time, this method is going to be called. So when this is going to be set, we need to check, this will trigger for all these parameters. We are just concerned about the show. So first thing we need to have access, we need to keep track of the previous show value. So here we'll say private wool underscore previous show status. Okay. And then when we are coming to this method, here we will check if underscore previous show status is not equals to this new show. If that's the case, then what we will do, if show is true, we will call open model async. If show is false, then we will simply say await close model async. And after doing this, or maybe before these, we will simply say prev show status equals this show, which is the current show status. Now everything is in place. First thing, let's use this at the place where we already using this. So this dialog here, what I'll do here, I'll simply use dialog, and this is not coming. Why is it not coming? Save everything. Dialog, because of Steam 5 dialog. That should not be the case. So shared dialog. Oh, I misspelled that. So this should be dialog, or let's call it dialog component. Save, and now let's try it out. So it should be dialog component. Yes. Now we will define child content, which is going to be this edit form. So cut it and add it. Then we need title, which will be this create room. On this, let's set title to this create room. Then we need dialog ID, so that we can directly set this dialog ID equals @dialog ID. And then we can directly remove this dialog. We can remove this style. Then we can remove these two methods. Okay. All right. Now we will have one state variable here. So private bool underscore show create room dialog. Okay. And we will use this on this dialog component to show and hide it. So we'll use show, which will be this. All right. All the errors are gone now. Then we need to use this. So here we are closing the room model. So we will say it to, we will make it false, that now we don't want to show create room. Then open room, where is it? It should be here somewhere. Yes. Open create room model. So here what we can do, we can simply set it to true. And now it should work. Let's first check if it is working. And this is our manage rooms page. Right, so let's try it out. So we are here. Let's log in with admin account and manage rooms. Now edit. Where is that? Manage room type. Oh, this room section. We are here, this page, that is this particular page. So add new room. We have this dialog. We can close it. And then we are not able to open it again. And that's because we are missing one thing. Yes. So when it got opened on this main page, this page, manage rooms page, we set this show create room dialog to true. Now this is true. Then dialog component got opened. From here we close this modal async. We call this. We simply remove this or we hide it. But on this main page, this flag is still true. So it does not get to false. And when again I'm trying to close it, I'm again trying to click it, it was already true. So it does not made any change. So it is not opening again. So in order to fix this, what we should do when we are closing this modal, at this time we should tell the consumer that this modal has been closed. So for that, what we can do, we can have one more parameter here, parameter which will be of type event handler. Here we'll say on close modal, on close modal, and this is also going to be a parameter. And let's, yeah, we should have editor required because it will be driven from this show, so consumer should know that this show has been changed now. Okay, now what we should do, if this close modal, if this is the case to closing this modal, then we should not trigger this on close modal. That will be one additional method call which will not make any sense, because this thing, this selected thing, this will be driven from consumer side only. So they already know, they already set this show to false, so we are good. So we are concerned only when we are explicitly closing this modal. At that time, we will call this. Okay, so for that, what we should do, we should create a method here, private async task, and let's say close modal click. Handle close modal click async, something like this. And from here, we will do two things. First thing, we will close this modal. After that, we will trigger this on close modal dot invoke. What is it? On close modal dot invoke, like this. What is the issue? Oh, it is event callback, not event handler. So invoke async. Oh, wait. All right. Let's use this method when we are clicking on this close button. Cool. So looks like this is fine. Let's save it and let's try it out. We need to refresh this. Let's refresh this page. We are here. Close it. Maybe we need to rerun the app. Rerun. Oh, no, 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 no. We used, we added this, but we are not using it. Yes, we should use it. So here we'll say on close modal. On this, what we will do? We will simply set it to false. We can have separate method or we can simply use like this. So we should set it to false. Show create room dialog, we are setting it false here. Save and we are good. Let's run it. It should behave same as before. Now we have this one additional advantage. We can use this dialog component on other components as well. So manage rooms, add new room, close it, add new room, close it. Yes, it is working. Add new room number. Which one is this? 5. So let's say 501 is available. Yes, create room. And oh, it got deleted. 501, 502, create room. 503, create room. So this thing is working. Now we are good to use this dialog component on our bookings page, right? Okay, so let's do this. This is our manage booking. So here we can use the dialog component, but on the dialog component, what we need to do, we need to display, we need to show all the available rooms for that particular room type on that pop-up, right? So for this, what we will do, first thing, I'm going to have one private and then string, or I'm going to show the room list, or maybe let's use that type only. That's the type we are using there. Yes, private room array, and here we'll say underscore rooms equals or if we do not want to reload the rooms for one room type, we can have a dictionary here. So here what I'll do, I'll say private I dictionary of type short, which is room type, and then room array, which are all the rooms for that room type. So here I'll say room type rooms equals new dictionary of type same short and room array, like this. All right. So now what I will do, first we will check uh, okay, this is the, we could say, one master collection for us, but here I'm also going to have private and then room array, and here I'll say underscore uh, rooms. I will have a default blank array for this. This underscore room, this will be the one we are right now working or displaying in that modal. Okay, where what we will do, we have private async task, and here we'll say assign room async. Change or assign, it will be used for both. So here we will simply have our short room type ID and long booking ID, like this. Now we will first check if we have this room type ID already in underscore room type rooms collection. So what I'll do, I'll say underscore room types room dot try get value with this room type ID, room type ID, and then I'm going to have out were rooms. This is the rooms list. Now, if this is not true, that means room type room, this collection does not have this room type ID. We will fetch room type IDs, rooms for that room type ID from our service. So for this, we need to first inject our I room type service, okay, and then in here we will access result equals await room type service, with the room type service dot get rooms async with the type ID, like this. Okay, now what it returns room array, so we can directly define this rooms here, like this. What does it return if there are no rooms? To array async. So, hmm. So we can set if this was null somehow, we will set it to blank array. Now we have rooms collection. Okay. If it was from here, we will have directly set it. If it was not from here, we have this rooms collection which we set. Okay, let's do this. Rooms from service or rooms from DB like this. Don't use this. Then we will check if rooms from DB is null or yeah, let's check it and let's add this. If rooms from DB is null, then what we are going to do, we are going to set rooms from DB to blank array. Okay. And then, okay, we should add it back to this room types room with this room type ID. So let's do this room. This is same as before, right? Room types room, room types room, the room type ID, this is the key and this is the value. So let's, yeah, what was I thinking? Okay, let's do same. So we are going to use the same rooms, this collection only. If this is null, we'll set it to blank and then we will add this to this dictionary as well. And then we have this rooms. We can set our underscore rooms to this rooms. Or maybe before setting this, we can check if rooms dot length, if this is 0, that means we do not have any room. Should display some alert. We should show some alert that there are no rooms for this room type ID. So we can maybe create our own custom alert system, or we can use JavaScript alert. Yeah, let's use JavaScript alert. This is interactive page, so we can easily access uh, IJS runtime. So IJS runtime, JS runtime. So here, let's create one helper method, private async task. Let's say alert async string message. Okay, so here we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke void async. Identifier is going to be window dot alert, and the argument is going to be this message. All right, so from here, if there are no rooms, we will simply say await alert async, and we will say there are no rooms in, or there are no rooms for this room type, like this. Okay, and then we can directly return from here. We will not do anything further. Now if that's not the case, if rooms dot we can check for availability. Okay. Now we have a situation, and that situation is if we are on the same list, so having this dictionary is not going to make sense now. The reason is if we have, let's say, two bookings for same room type. Okay, I opened one uh, room booking to assign a room. Let's say I assigned 201, but before previously that 201 was not assigned to any booking, so that was available. That means in this collection that room was available. Now when I assigned it to the first room type, first booking, and then I closed it, so we are not modifying this, although this is updated in the database, but this is not updated on our UI. Now what will happen if we modify, if we click on assign room for the second booking, and if we choose the same room, it will display that same room because that is available as per this dictionary. So now we have two approach. Either we can modify this dictionary whenever we are making this change, or we can simply get rid of this small caching workaround, and we can always fetch these from the service. So I think fetching this from service would make more sense and it will be straightforward. So we should use this approach. So let's get rid of this dictionary and we will have this thing directly. All right. Now we are always fetching it. So we are good. Now we don't need to set it to default array. If this is not, we can directly check it like this. If rooms is null or length is 0, then we know there are no rooms. Then we are going to check if rooms dot any r dot is available. What is the issue here? It will give us room array. R should be rooms. It returns room array, but it is not able to figure out that this is the rooms array. Okay, we will do this. Now, are you happy? Yes. So we can remove this now. So if r dot is available, we'll negate it. If there is no available room, then we will display alert with message there are no rooms available for this room type. Okay, and then we'll return from here. If that is also not the case, that means we have rooms which are available, so we can simply display those, and then the staff or admin can select the room from that drop down. So that's all. This assign room async for this method. And let's have one more piece of state here, which will be long and underscore booking ID, which we are operating on right now. Okay, and we'll set this booking ID to this here underscore booking ID equals this booking ID. Now we are good. All right. Now let's, and yeah, after that setting booking ID, we should show the that dialog. So for that we need one piece of state, but we can use one separate piece of state, or maybe we can use this underscore booking only. If this is greater than 0, then we can display our dialog. Okay, so let's display our dialog. So let's use our dialog component, and now in here dialog id, let's have this. We can have it anything, let's say assign room to booking, show. So this show, for this we can use this underscore booking id. So we could say underscore booking id equals, or let's say greater than 0. Then comes title. So here we will say assign room, or let's say assign change room to booking. Okay. Then comes child content and on close modal. So for this on close modal, let's create one more method where we'll say private void uh, handle assign room modal close, this thing. Okay, so when this is being done, what we'll do, we'll reset room underscore rooms to blank array, and we will set underscore booking id to 0. Right, so let me move it to next line, and then on close model we will say handle assign room model close. And now we can provide our child content. So for this we could use edit form if we want, or we can simply have one select, and on the select we can have our logic to select the room id, and then we can, okay, let's do this. Let's have one more piece. So private int underscore selected room id. Okay, and let's set it to 0 when we are closing the model. Now this selected room id, here what we will do, let's have a wrapper div. Inside that wrapper div, we will say select. For this we will bind our value to this underscore selected room id. Let me think what we can do, but before that let's have for each, we'll say room in underscore rooms, and now we will display our options with value which will be room.id, and the name of option is going to be at the rate room.room number. Okay, all right, and now not bind value, at the rate bind. I guess we are good. After this, on this select, let's have class form, not form group, form control. All right, and let's have first option, option value 0, and we'll say select room. All right, after this select, I am going to have one button of type button. I'm not using form here, so I'm not going to use submit button. It will be simple button. So button class button, sorry, button type button, class is btn, let's say primary, btn sm, and here we'll say save. And on this, we'll say on click, and here we'll say, okay, we already have that method assign room async. Let's rename this to open assign room modal async, like this. Okay, and then this we will use assign room async. Let's create this private async task assign room async, and here we already have booking id, we already have selected room id. Okay, so first thing we will check if underscore booking id is greater than 0 and underscore selected room id is greater than 0, then only we'll do our logic, and that logic is going to be from our room service, room type service, we have that assign room to booking async method, right? So we have this method, we need to provide booking id, we need to provide room id, and it is going to return us a method result. So we'll use var result equals this. Then we will check if result dot is success. We need to await it. Then we'll say result dot is success. Then we are good. If this is not success, result is not success, then we are going to display that error alert. So alert async, and here we'll say error in assigning or changing room. And what is the error? That we can add here, which will be result dot error message, like this, and we'll simply return from here. If that's not the case, that means assign process was successful, then now we are good. So we can maybe display some alert message stating that okay, assignment was successful, and then we need to reload that particular row. Now here we have two approaches. Either we can let's say reload the grid, or maybe we can reload that particular record only. So we will use that particular record only. So for that, what we will do, instead of using this underscore booking id directly, let's do this. We will have private booking display model. This is the uh, record, that single row of that quick grid, right? So let's have it nullable, and let's call it underscore booking. Okay, and then we can remove this underscore booking id, and we'll use this underscore booking everywhere. So for show we will use underscore booking is not null. That means you need to display it. Here when we are setting it to 0, we will set underscore booking to null. And here we will check if underscore booking is not null, and this condition. Then here we will say underscore booking dot id, like this. Okay. And we have one more thing, which is this open assign room modal async. So for this, we will not get this two piece of information. We will simply get booking display model booking. Okay. And then we can get all of these things using booking dot room type ID. And here we are going to set underscore booking to this booking. Okay. Now this booking object underscore booking object is the same as this. We need to, it will be passed as a reference, and if we set it to null, it will modify the main object. Okay, first let's try to do this. When we are here, we will say booking dot room type ID, sorry, not room type ID, room ID equals uh, this selected room ID underscore selected room ID. Okay, then we need to have booking dot room number equals, we should get the room number so that we can get from this underscore rooms collection. From here we will say underscore rooms dot first r dot id equals underscore selected room id, and from this we need to access room number. Looks like everything is fine. After this we need to reset everything. So when we say reset, we should we can directly call this handle assign room modal close. So it will reset everything, and now we have a situation. So we should not have, what is the problem here? Cannot await void. Oh, sorry. In this we are resetting everything, rooms, booking and selected rooms. So when we'll reset this booking, then we'll have a situation. Okay. From this booking provider, can we reset one row? I need to check if we can reset one row. The thing which right now I can think of, the quickest solution would be we can refresh this bookings provider. There is one refresh method. I think that's on this only, or dot. There is some refresh method. Let me check. We have access to this bookings provider on our quick grid. Okay. Oh, uh, we need to have access to the this reference, quick grids reference. So here we'll say, let's say booking grid, bookings grid. Okay, this will be of type private quick grid underscore bookings grid. This is of type booking display model. And now on this underscore bookings grid, we can call refresh data async method. This one. All right. Looks like everything is fine. So that means now we don't need to set these two things here, the room ID and room number, because this particular page is going to reload not page, yeah, the quick grid data is going to reload and it will have the actual updated values from the database. So we can simply get rid of these two things. Okay, so looks like everything is fine now. We just need to call open assign room modalizing and then we can maybe change it, but let's use this like this only. So here we have this button assign room. So here we will say on click and then we will call this method with parameters the current booking object which we can get from context. Let's copy the same thing and let's add to this second button where we are displaying the room number, and on click of that we will change. So looks like everything is fine now. We are setting in our room type service, we are setting the is available flag to false, right? When we are setting it, assign room is available true. Okay, yeah, this current room, when we set it to booking.room ID to room ID, and at the same time, we should set room.is available to false because now this room is not available. All right. Okay, let's run it and let's see it in action. Okay, log out, same problem. Log in, manage, not rooms, manage bookings. Okay, here we can assign room for this ID 11, first room. There are no rooms available for first room. Okay, to the second room, here also we have this first room. So first thing, let's go to our manage rooms. Let's check our first room and let's define this is not available. Let's make it available and then let's add one more room, 102. Oh, we might have deleted this. 103. Do we have this available? Yes. 104. 105. All right, now let's go to bookings, sign room. Now we have this, and this design is very bad. We should fix this. But first, let's see. We can see the rooms 101345. Let's select 3, save it. And now we can see 103 room number is selected here. If we refresh this page, we should see 103. Let's go to the page number 2 and here if we press assign room, we have 103 which should not be here. Which should not be in this list. Because did we add some condition that we will not add, we will not, yeah, we will not add that room uh, to that drop down list. So when we are fetching the underscore rooms here, we should select the rooms are available only. Dot to array. What is the issue now? Oh, not select where. Where r dot is available to true, then only we will add. Save it. Let's stop and rerun. Okay, manage bookings 103. If I go to page number 2, if I go here now, still I'm seeing 103. If I save it, 103, 103, something is not right. Let's check what the issue is. Stop it, stop it. First, let's go through the code. So let's go to our service. We got context, we got room. Then if room is null, if room is not available, we will return it. At that time, room dot is available. We are setting it to okay. So pause the video and do let me know in the comment if you know what the issue is here. Okay. Now the issue is I am setting this room dot is available to false, but I am not tracking the changes for this room. Okay, so we have same two approaches. Either we could say context dot rooms dot update and we can have this room, or we can simply go to this rooms and we can say as tracking that you need to track the changes for this room so that it will modify its value in the database to false. That is the issue. So save it and let's do this. Let's modify this, or maybe hmm, yeah, let's try. If we'll save the same value, it should update the same. Manage bookings 103. If I save it, not like this 103, saved it. Now if I go to page number 2, if I go here, now I should not see that 103. That means that logic is working fine now. I can select 101 here and I can do this. Now this is 101. This is 103. Now here I will not see 101 but I can still see 103. Why so? Is 103 available? No, right? 101. Here also I can see 103 available. If I save it, here I have 103, here also I have 103. But now I cannot see 103. Maybe it was broken because we had invalid value. No, no, no. There is something wrong. When we are here, when we are saying room IT, from these rooms we are getting the existing room from the database. If this is not null, we are setting is available to true. And here we are saying that you should get the room, existing room. No, this logic looks fine. Let's debug this. Add a breakpoint. Now for C, on this we have 101. On this we have 103. So let's do this. I can see 103 here. If I select 103 again and if I save it, it came here. We have room. Why is it not working? So this is 103. Yes. And booking ID is whatever booking ID coming here. If room is not available, but it is saying room is available. Okay. Came here, we have booking.room ID, which was existing. So it should be 103 only. No, no, booking ID, room ID 12. So that means on this room, if I check it, it should be ID is 12. Okay. Now we are here, we are checking if existing room, yes, this is existing room, we set is available to true, yes. Then we continued, we went ahead, now we set room dot is available to false. Room ID, save changes. Now if we check room's availability, it is false. Continue. Now it is false. Now if I select it, 103 is not here. If I go to the previous page, if I select it here, now I cannot see 101 and 103 both. This time it is working. Let's go to page number 2 again. 103, 1045. This is fine. So maybe because we set these two room numbers before fixing this thing, this room availability, maybe there was some mismatch or some internal mess, so that caused it, but right now it is working, so we are good with this. We just need to fix the design, this UI. Okay, so what we can do here, we can wrap this room and this button into a let's check the design on manage rooms, add new room. So let's follow this same approach. Okay, what we have here, we will follow the same design on that. So let's go and manage room. We have dialog component. So there we had this div class mb3, and then we had our label, and on this we had room, sorry, form control and form control sm. Let's go to manage bookings, go to our dialog component. Inside this we will have this first thing, I'll have div class uh, mb3 like this. Then I'll have form control and form control sm. After that, for that button also I'm going to use the similar thing. Okay, mb3, and this button is going to be here. B10 primary, B10 sm. That's all we had there, right? Yes. So save everything. Let's see how it looks. Manage bookings, assign room number, and better than before. This is looking very wide because of this heading, assign change room to booking. And we are good with this. Select room and we can see. All right, so looks like everything is fine now from this assigning the room. Let's verify it one more time. We can see 104 and 5 only. And on page number 2, we can see 104 and 5. If I set 4 to this, and if I go back here, I should see 103 as well now. Okay, so looks like everything is fine now. All right. Now next thing, we will work on this approve and cancel booking. Okay. Okay, so let's follow the similar approach. We are following for this one. For approve, we will directly just approve it and it should be approved. But for cancel, we should ask for cancellation reason. Okay. Alright, so let's first work on approve. I'll close it. I'll close everything. Let's create the approve method first in our service. So click async task approve booking async, and here we will have our booking ID, long booking ID. Okay. Now first thing we need to get context. We're using where context equals not await underscore context factory dot create db context. Let's access this booking where booking equals await context dot bookings dot first dot default async b dot id equals booking id. Okay, and we will use as tracking because we want to modify its status. Okay, now first thing, let's check if this booking actually exists or not. Although this is a edge case, but still, so now the return type, we will use it as method result. Method result. So if booking is null, we can simply return invalid request. Now what if this booking exists? So for this, what we will do first, we will check what is the status of this booking. Okay. So if this booking.status is already approved, although this is also an edge case, we will still use it if this is already booked, which is approved in our case. If this is booked, we can simply return already approved. Now we will have one more case where we will check booking.status if this is not payment success. If the status is not payment success, then we cannot approve it, right? So we'll say if the payment success status is not payment success, then we'll say return. Although we already handled this on UI, but still it's always better to have it as service layer as well. So here we'll say booking can be approved only after payment, something like this. Okay. Now, if what all other status we have payment success, pending, if this is not success, booked we already handled, this we already handled, cancel payment cancelled. Uh, we should if the status is cancelled, if the status is cancelled, then we should not approve it, right? So this message, this would not make sense in that case. So let's do this. Let's apply a switch case statement because we are handling So many booking statuses here. So let's do this. Let's apply switch on booking.status. Okay. Here we'll say case if this is booking, booked, we will return already booked. Already approved. Okay. Now, if the case is cancelled, then we'll say booking is cancelled. Now, if this is payment cancelled or hmm, or maybe for all other cases, if the status is payment success, so if the status is payment success, then we can book, we can approve. So for this, what we'll do, we will say booking dot status equals booking status dot book. Then we'll break from here. And if that's also not the case, we will solve for default case and where we will display this thing. And now we are good. We can remove these things. And now we need to handle this case. So here what we'll do, we'll simply say await context dot save changes async and we can return true. Looks like everything is fine now. Let's add this method to our interface. Save. Okay, save it and now we are good. Now we'll go to our manage bookings page. Here we have this approve button. So let's add on click on this and here we will, or let's say approve booking async and we'll pass, let's say complete context object. Let's define this method. So here at the very end, we'll say private async task approve booking async. And here we will get our booking display model booking. Okay. Now here also let's verify if this can be approved. So booking dot can be approved to make sure that we came here and this booking can be approved. So now before approve, let's display a confirm dialog box. So we'll use JavaScript's confirm dialog. So here we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke void async and here we can show window dot confirm and then this confirm takes one message. So here we'll say or maybe we will use this also twice for cancellation as well. We'll ask this. So the same way we have this alert async, the same way let's create one more method here. We'll say private async task of this will return boolean value. So for that confirmation, it should return boolean if user is confirming or not. So we'll say confirm async. Okay, and same thing it will get one string message and then it will return not await JS runtime dot not invoke void async, it will return invoke async with the return type of boolean. Bool. Window dot confirm. And by the way, this confirm also work, but I like to use this so that this is explicit that we are using this confirm which comes with the current browser window. And then our message. Okay. So here we can simply say await confirm async, and then we can provide. So are you sure you want to approve this booking? Like this, we will add it inside a if statement if yes, user is confirming that they want to approve this booking, then only we'll book this. So for that, we will simply call our method from our booking service dot what happened? Oh, I added that to room type service. Hmm. Should it be in room type service? No, right? These two things should not be in room type service. They should be in booking service. Or at least this approved booking async, this should be in booking service. So let's cut it from here and let's go to our booking service. Let's add this method here and get the implementation. Cut it and add it here. Okay. Okay. Save everything. All right. Let's go to manage bookings again, and now we should see this approved booking async. And here we will show, we will pass booking.id. Okay. Now we have this result. We will check if not result dot is success. If result is not success, we are going to display alert async and we'll say result dot error message. If this is null somehow, we'll say error in approving the booking. Then we'll directly return from here. If that's not the case, if this booking got approved, or maybe we can not use this return because we know we will add else statement. In that case, I was not going to add a return statement. So in this else, we will simply use await bookings grid underscore bookings grid dot refresh data, I think. And now we are good. If user cancels, we will not do anything. If somehow this can be approved is false, then also we are not going to do anything. Now approved booking should work as expected. Cool. Now before testing, let's work on cancel booking as well. So first thing, we'll go to our booking service. We will add one method. So we'll say cancel booking async. We will get booking ID and one the cancellation message or reason, we'll say. So cancel reason. Why user is canceling this booking. Okay. Let's provide body for this method. So public async and this thing. Let's copy everything we have in our approved booking async We'll modify this. The first thing, we need to check if booking is null. We will return invalid response. This is fine. Then we will check if status is already cancelled. Then we'll say already cancelled. If that's not the case, what other statuses we have? We have payment cancelled. Then also we can cancel the booking, pending, payment success, booked. So we can cancel in any case. Cancellation is a different thing. So instead of using switch case, I am simply going to have this if statement where I will check if booking dot status equals this cancel. If that's the case, then I'll simply return already cancelled. If that's not the case, I'm going to modify this booking dot status. It should be cancelled like this. And then do we have cancellation reason here? No, right? We should have, so that we can add in remarks. So here I'll say booking dot remarks. Then let's say plus equals. There might be other remark. I don't know right now we have this, but let's have it. So environment dot new line. Then I'll say cancelled by staff or admin. First thing is this. And then we'll say region. And this region is going to be the cancel region which we got as a parameter to this method. And then we'll simply context.save change async and return true. And now we are good. Our cancel booking async method is also ready. So save it. And we are good. All right. Now what we'll do on this manage booking, let's create a method private async task. And here we have two approaches. So for that cancellation region, we might use dialog box or some box, or maybe we can use JavaScript prompt box. So let's use that prompt box. Okay. Yeah, that would be simpler actually. So here what I'm going to do, I'll say private async task cancel booking async. It will get the same booking display model. Okay. First thing, we need to check if this can be cancelled. If can be cancelled, then only we'll add our logic. So first thing will be the same. We need to display confirm box. So I'll copy this. This time I'll say, are you sure you want to cancel this booking? If that's the case, after that we need to get cancellation region. So for that I'm going to use JavaScript prompt box. So let me show you. If we open inspect console, what is it? So here we have prompt, and in prompt we can define some of things. So A, B, C, you see this is A, this is B. So we can have two parameters. One is going to be A, this is the text, and this B, this was the help text, we could say. Then I think there was some placeholder as well, but cannot see this, that placeholder. What if I do D as well? Okay, all right. So now when we press cancel, it will return null. If we added something and we pressed OK, then it will return that string. So this is how we can uh, call this prompt and we can get the response from it. So it will be of type string, nullable string basically. So let's do this. So here I'm going to say var region, which is cancellation region, await JS runtime dot invoke async, and the return type will be nullable string, and the method we will use is window dot prompt, and then two parameters, or let's say one parameter, first parameter. I'm not going to add any pre-filled text. Okay, so here we'll say uh, cancellation region. Okay, now we will check if we got some reason. So here we'll say if string dot is null or white space this region, if user did not provide region or cancelled it, then we will simply display alert, where there we'll say cancellation region is required. Okay, and then we'll simply return from here. If that's not the case, we have region, then we can simply say result await booking service dot cancel booking async, and then we can provide booking id, which we can get from this booking model booking dot id, and then we have this region which is cancellation region. Now let's do the same thing, these two things, checking the result status. So if result dot each success is not true, we'll say error in cancelling the booking. If that was successful, then we will simply refresh the data, refresh the grid. So it will have the cancellation updates basically. So now we are good. Save everything and let's try to run it. Let's verify I have that as tracking, right? So as tracking we have for cancel, and same thing we have as tracking for approve as well. Yes. All right. Log out, log in, admin, manage bookings. We are here. Room number is fine. Approve, cancel, approve, cancel. Page number 2. Okay, let's. The first one, 9 junior suite. We have approved, which is disabled. We have cancel. Now, if I cancel it, nothing is happening. The reason is I am not calling that method. Okay, so let's go to our manage booking. Let's add on click to cancel button as well. Cancel on click. The method would be cancel booking async. So save it. Let's open the browser and let's refresh this, and let's first I clicked on, so it is asking me, are you sure you want to cancel this booking? If I cancel, nothing will happen. Now if I press it again, I press OK, then it came this cancellation region. If I cancel it, I'll get one more alert which will say cancellation region required. Okay, then nothing. If I cancel, if I press OK, then I need to provide cancellation region. So let's say test. Okay, now you see we have remarked cancelled by staff admin, region is test, and approve cancel. Both these buttons are disabled now. We cannot do anything else. Now this third one, we can approve it and the status is cancelled. We can approve it. Let's try it. If I'll approve, I'll have this confirm box. If I cancel, nothing will happen. And if I press OK, then approve is now disabled and the status is booked, which is approved. So approve and cancellation, these two things are working fine. Okay. All right. So we are good, I guess. So this column, this looks nice. These buttons looks nice on side by side, right? And here it is because we don't have remark and this row number, this is same. But if we go to the previous page, this section taking much space. Yeah, right. So we'll do this. We will add some minimum width to this column. Okay. So we have this TD. So on this, let's check. We'll say min width. Let's check what we can have. So we can have it with 185, but we'll take some additional space, so we'll take 190. Okay, so min width is 190. We are going to use this on this last column. Let's see. I have never tried it, but let's check. So on this template column, add this style min width 190, save it. We'll come here, let's refresh it, hard refresh. We have some issue, and what is the issue? We cannot see it here. We will see it here. It is saying that what is the issue? Unhandled exception rendering component quick grid template column does not have a property matching the name style. That means we cannot add style there. If we cannot add style, can we add class to it? What is this class? An optional CSS class name is, if specified, this is included in the class attribute of table header and body cells for this column. All right, we'll add this class. So we'll define a class here. Well, say style type text CSS. I want it to be scoped, and then I'm going to have dot, let's say, grid action column. Okay, and then I'll add this style there, and then I'm going to use this grid action column to this class attribute here, like this. Save it, run it. Okay, it's here. Let's see how it looks now. Manage bookings, and it is fine. If we go to next page, we are good. Cool. So looks like everything is fine now. Now when we have this approve, cancel, assign room, everything, this is ready. Now this is cancelled. We have this payment cancelled, this one. So there might be some issue from maybe payment gateway side, Stripe side, maybe user's internet side, or maybe user. Uh, when I say user in this context, this is guest who is making the payment, making the booking. Maybe he accidentally clicked on that back button from the Stripe payment page. So it could be because of any reason. So if we have payment cancelled here, we should display, or we should show an option to the guest so that guest can retry payment for that particular booking again. Okay, so that thing we will do next. That means we will work on my bookings feature. So if I use this was access is denied for managed booking. We need to work on this, but right now let's check it. My profile, my bookings, change password, right? So my profile is fine. My bookings. Now we need to work on this my booking page. Right now it goes to this booking, but that is not the case. guest, it should work on my bookings, where we will display users bookings, and then user can modify, not modify in the sense that cannot modify the details, but user can maybe retry payment. Okay, all right, that thing will do next. So we don't have to log out, just close everything, close all of these, then let's start afresh. So for my booking, first thing, let's go to our header, where we will fix the href. So in components shared header, let's go to, where is it? Admin, staff admin, guest, my bookings. So here we will have, did I created something related as post auth, right? So there I have direct links, right? So here I'll do my bookings directly, my bookings, like this. Okay, so save it, and then in post auth I'm going to create a new razor component, my bookings, my bookings, or maybe this is the only page which will fall inside that, right? So let's follow the convention we are following. So let's create a new folder where I will call it guest. So we are representing these folders as the roles who can access this, what we call it, this folder, basically this route, these routes which I'm going to add inside that folder. Okay, so in this we need to create a new razor. Did I already created that my bookings? No, right? In guest I will create a new razor component and I'll call it my bookings, and then in header let's change the URL to have guest slash my bookings, and then on this page we are going to add the same URL, so slash guest slash my hyphen bookings. Save it, and now inside guest, although we just have only one page, let's follow the that imports logic. So let's copy one of the underscore imports file to this guest, and here we will define role just as guest, and layout is going to be admin layout, authorized role guest. That's all I'm going to have inside this underscore imports, and then we have our my bookings section ready. Okay, now in this let's copy the basic structure from our manage bookings page. Let's do this. Let's copy this thing only, or maybe just this, or maybe let's just, yeah, let's use this. Then we'll see if we want to use quick grid here. We should use quick grid only, right? Because there could be multiple bookings. We should be considering the case that guest uh, keep on booking, something like that. Yeah, let's have that. So here I will copy that, paste it here. Right now let's remove quick grid. I'll add this again. The heading is going to be my bookings. Save everything, save everything. Let's run it to see this page, then we'll work on the logic part. Okay, all right, it's here. login with guest, my bookings, and we can see my bookings page here. Now we can define everything, right? All right. And we can verify if I copy this URL, if I log out and log in with maybe admin, if I go here, you see error 404, which actually access denied page is there. So that means the admin cannot see this page because my bookings, this page belongs to just guest. Log out, log in with guest account, and now we can see that page, my bookings. All right. So now here for my bookings, what I am going to do, I'm going to have, let's say on this, we will not just display bookings, we will show the upcoming bookings, previous or let's say past bookings, and maybe we can display ongoing bookings as well. Okay, so on the top, before this table, I'm going to have one more div, let's say div class row, and then I'm going to have div class let's say call sm8 and then call sm4, and inside this I'm going to have some three radio buttons, but we'll make that look good. So for that we are going to use bootstrap only. On getbootstrap.com we will check the button looks, the radio buttons which looks like button actually. So in forms, checks and radios, radio toggle button or what? This does not look that good. This is radio. This looks fine, and yeah, this is also radio. So we are going to use this one. Okay. So let's copy one of these and then let's add this there. So here what I'm going to do inside this first, I will say let's have div class dflex and justify content and okay. Then I'm going to have these these the radio buttons. We'll fix this. So we don't need this autocomplete off. Let's remove this ID names. Let's call this name as maybe uh, bookings type. Then ID, let's first have upcoming. So this ID we need to have the same for label 4 attribute. Then here I'm going to call it upcoming bookings. Okay. Then let's copy this two more times. So first let's say ongoing and ongoing bookings. Then we will have past bookings. So past, and then past bookings. Okay. So save it, and we will not have danger. We will have, let's say, primary btn outline primary. Okay. Let's see it how it looks. It's here. So let's log in. Let's go to my bookings, and we can see these three button kind of radio buttons. Okay, so upcoming booking, ongoing bookings, and past bookings. All right, now we can have our grid which will display the bookings on the basis of this filter. So upcoming first, then ongoing, then past. All right, let's start working. Now we need these right now. These are kind of static. We need to make it dynamic and we need to get access to the current selected radio button. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have, let's say, we can have three maybe strings, three constants, or maybe we can have one enum. So let's use enum, private, and let's say booking type enum, or just booking type, private enum booking type, and here we will have upcoming, then we will have ongoing, then we will have past. Okay. Now we need this at the service layer as well. So let's move it to our maybe constants. So in constant, I'm going to add one more class, booking type, or let's say booking display type, something like this. Booking display type and booking display type, and we'll make it public. All right. Now we can use this. So we will not use this like this directly here. What we will do, we will have one state, the current selected booking display type. Okay. So here I'll say selected booking type. Okay. And let's have the default value as upcoming. Okay. Now on these radio buttons, I am going to bind its checked attribute to let's have this. So here I'll say selected booking type is equals upcoming, then it should set it to true. So let's copy this thing and add it to other two as well. So for second one it will be ongoing, for third one it will be past. All right. After that we need to modify its value whenever its value is changing actually. So for that we can have the on change event as well. So we'll say on change. From here we can have one method here. So private void change booking type, something like this, and it will expect booking display type, and then we can directly set underscore selected booking type equals to this new type. Okay, and then we can call this. From here we'll say just use this, and I want you to pass booking display dot upcoming like this. Okay, let's copy this on change and let's add to other radio buttons as well. This time it will be ongoing, and then for the third time it will be this past. All right, save everything, and now we are good. Okay, so just to check if this is working, let's have this here, currently selected booking type. Save it, run it, so that we can see if this thing is working, this changing and all this thing is working. Now all of these three are kind of using the similar thing, so we can make this dynamic. Maybe we can have one what we call one loop, and then we can generate these my bookings currently selected upcoming, and it's not working. Why it's not working? Change Booking type, we are using on change. Selected booking type equals this new type. Should work. Let's see if it is coming here. If I click on it, no, it didn't work. Strange. Change booking type, change booking type. This is same. Stop it, run it. Private void change booking type. Yes. At the rate on change. My booking, upcoming. Is there anything in console? Oh, okay, I get it. Do let me know in the comment if you figure out what the issue is. Okay, so comment this video and yeah, drop a comment if you understand what the problem is. Now I'll display what the problem, well, I'll explain what the problem is. Right now, if we go to the very top of this page, we have not defined any render mode to this. So by default it is static server side rendering. That means this came for the first time, it gets dumped on the UI and then there is nothing, no interactivity, nothing. But when we are doing this, when we are clicking on these, then we are actually interacting with the page. So that interactivity triggering this thing, but that is not getting triggered because this page is not interactive. So this is kind of uh, just we could say render and through kind of thing. So it rendered and then there is nothing on this. So if we want interactivity, we need to make this page interactive, or we can use forms, right? We can use form as well if you want, but interactivity makes more sense, and this is a protected page after login, so we are okay with this. So here we'll use same interactive server rendering. Let's do this. Pre-rendering false. We are okay with this. We don't want to pre-render it. Now everything looks fine. Now if I rerun this, we should be able to see the change in those buttons. Okay, let's see, it is coming. It came here, my bookings, and it came. If I remove the breakpoint, we can see ongoing, past, upcoming. So this thing is working. Now we can work on showing the data for this. But before that, what we'll do, we'll create our services and then we'll create our quick grid with that data. Okay, so let's stop everything and let's move to our service, booking service actually. Services and booking service. All right, save everything. So here what we'll do, we'll say task paged result of same booking display model, but this time we'll say get guest bookings, or maybe get bookings for guests, something like this, so that to distinguish it from this get bookings async, although the parameters are going to different, but still we will use this. So here get bookings for guest async, then first thing we will have string guest ID because we want to display my bookings when I say it. So the user who is logged in, we are going to show bookings for that particular user only. Okay. And then for paging, we will use these. And we also need to use that uh, booking display type this enum as well. So this. So we need these four parameters. First guest ID, then booking display type, then start index page size. Okay. So now let's define body for this. So we'll go to the very end and then we'll say public async and this method. Okay. So let's copy the code from get bookings async. We will modify it to our need like this. Now this select we can, this will be same for both of these. So we have two three different approaches. We kind of have different mapper class, mapper method. We can have static extension method. We could have one method on this booking display model or maybe the main booking entity. So there are so many ways we can achieve this, and one could be we can have one helper method here only. Private. So this select, if we check for this select, it gets one booking. Where is it? System link queue expression func booking display model. So it is a link queue delegate wrapped inside expression which takes booking, returns booking display model. So this is the format of this selection. So here we could say private. We could make it static because it is not going to use any instance variable or method anything. So private static, here we could say booking display model selector. The return type is going to be I queryable of, if we check it here, this is I queryable of booking display model. This is the return type. So booking display model like this, and this is going to be selected. So for this it will take B, which is going to be this booking what we call it. Okay, if we are making it a method, so let's do this. We'll do this, and here we can say expression of func of booking, which is entity, comma booking display model, which is the return type of this. And all right, okay, let's make it expression only. So this is going to be the return type, public static expression of this and this selector. Now we can define our booking, which is B, and then arrow, and then we can use this directly here. So it will be like this. So this is same as this, but now we have extracted this out and we can directly use it, booking display selector. So we can directly remove everything inside this and we can directly use this like this. And same thing in our get booking async, we can remove this complete select. Inside the select we can directly use this booking display model selector. And now we have successfully extracted this out, so we are good now. Save and okay. All right, now let's modify this get bookings for guest as per our need. Before getting this count, here we will start adding our conditions. So first let's add the guest ID filter. So for this we'll say not if, there is no need to have if, we can directly filter it on here. Context dot bookings dot where b dot, we have guest ID as a column here and we can use this guest ID parameter equals double equals. Okay, then we have type. So on this type we can apply a switch expression. So we'll say type switch, and then we can have booking type dot upcoming, If this is upcoming, then we will return query dot where q goes to, or maybe b dot check in date. It should be greater than date. Do we have date only dot today, or date time dot today dot date? Again we have the same situation for date only, cannot be applied. We have done something related to dates, right? Somewhere we have done something. Okay, let's do this first. So here we'll say var now equals datetime dot utc, not utc now. We are using datetime dot now everywhere. By the way, in real world, we should abstract out all the datetime operations in some, let's just centralized class, so that if we want to modify, change something, we can made the change at one place and it will be changed everywhere. So something like that. So datetime handling is a bit complex. Okay. Now what we should do, how to convert it to date only dot pass from date time. We have from date time, then we can provide date time dot, let's say, now. Okay, now we have this now, so we can use this. So here we will use this. Okay, now this is for upcoming. Then the second type we have here, ongoing. That means it should not be like this now, it should be, because this is date time dot now, that means today's date. Yeah, so here check-in date should be equals now, then comes past, so this should be, check-in date should be less than now. Okay, so when we say ongoing, it should be check-in date equals now, or b dot checkout date is equals now. Yeah, now we have this query here, and what it is saying, which expression does not handle of its input if it is exhausted in unnamed enum value. Oh, for default case, we don't have default case, so we are okay with that. Or is it saying something else? Add default case. There is no default case for us. All right, so we have this case, guest ID we checked, type we checked, and then we have start index page size, so that is already there. So now we are good. Now we can use this method in our page. So let's go to my bookings. Now here we will start using that. So first let's have a list, or maybe let's copy these from manage bookings page, because we are going to use a lot of things from there. So we need is loading, we need bookings grid, we need bookings provider, page size 10, pagination state, we need all of this. Now I am thinking maybe, no, we will have different, okay, maybe that can be an assignment for you. So right now I'm going to copy all this to that page, but it's an assignment for you. You can extract out a shared component, and then you can reuse that on manage bookings and my bookings, both of these pages. Okay, all right, so I'm going to copy these, then rooms, booking display mod, not booking display model, at least these things is loading, bookings grid, bookings provider, page size, pagination state. So I'll copy these, I'll go to my bookings page, add these here, then I'm going to check is initialized and sorry, not is initialized, this on initialized method. and here I'm going to use that. Then we need using statement for quick grid, which will provide us all of these things. And now we are good. We just need booking service injected. So let's inject that. So I have that here, booking service, and now all the errors are gone. Now we will use a different version of this get bookings async, because now we need get bookings for guest async. Okay. Now we need guest ID, then booking display type. So booking display type, this is this selected booking type. Okay. But before everything, we need guest ID, and then we will have these start index and page size. So this is guest ID which we need right now. So this is the currently logged in users ID, right? So we can get that by injecting authentication state provider. Authentication state provider, we'll say auth state provider. Okay. And then we can come here and maybe we can have a separate method here, private string get user ID. Okay. And in here, this should be a sync task of string. So here I'll say get user ID sync. Then I'll get auth state equals await authentic auth state provider dot get authentication state async. And then sorry, then from this auth state we can get user, and on user we have an extension method which gives us user ID. So this, okay, we can get this thing. But before that, are we handling null in this case? Principal, no, we are not. So we need to handle it here only. Here we'll check if auth state dot user dot identity dot is authenticated. If this is true, then only we will get it and we will return this. If that's not the case, we should maybe return null from here. What is the issue here? Possible null reference. Okay. Okay, now we have this method ready. So this is my booking. This is the initial page. All right. So what we can do? Let's inject navigation manager. Inject navigation manager. Navigation manager. And then we can use navigation manager to move user to login page, or maybe home page, because user is not logged in and this page requires logged in user. Okay. So if that's not the case, instead of returning, yeah, we will return null, but before that we can say uh, navigation manager dot navigate to, and we can navigate to account slash login page like this. Okay. Then we will get user ID in here when we are trying to get the data inside this method. So here I'll say uh, var guest ID equals await get user ID async. Then I'm going to check if guest ID is null. We will return from here. We will not do anything. Okay, if that's not the case, we will continue. Then we can use this guest ID here. And now we are okay. Cool. Now let's use this underscore loading is loading. We are not using it. So from manage bookings, we can have this loading. Oh yeah, first we need this loader. Let's have it here on the page. And then let's have this table responsive and pagination state as well. So right now let's have all of this. Then we'll modify the columns and all as per our need. So table responsive, let's remove this and paste this. Right now, let's room number, room type, everything looks fine. What is the issue? The issue is these methods. So let's comment these out for now. Control K, Control C. And now we are good and we have these two methods as well. And comment, save everything. All the errors are gone. And now let's try it out. And one more thing. Whenever we are changing this, uh, change booking type. So after changing this, we need to refresh the grid because we need fresh data for that new type. So here, let's change this to full body approach. We set it. Then we'll say, where is that bookings grid dot refresh data async method. Okay, now this is async method, so let's do this async task and let's await this. So let's rename this to change booking type async and let's use this method here like this. All right, now I guess we are good. Let's move it below, maybe here or after on initialize. So I like all the methods to be after on initialize so that I can mentally see that okay, this initialize first, so we will have this, then all other things. All right, so looks like everything is fine. Now let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Let's see. Login. This is my bookings. Upcoming bookings. We don't have anything here. Ongoing bookings. Past bookings. Okay. Ongoing, there are nothing. Upcoming, there are nothing. But we should at least have something, right? So that we can see that something happened. Because when I moved from upcoming to ongoing, there was nothing. So I was not sure if this worked or not. And if I go to past bookings, then I can see all of this. So that means this thing at least we can get the data. There are two pages, right? If I go to the next page and I can see the data. If I go to on book ongoing, I can see one. Upcoming, this is fine. Let's do this. Let's make a booking for some future date. So I'll go to book a room. Let's select some date 13. Checkout date is 14. One adult, some room, book now. abc@gmail.com 4244240225 123 abcd name and pay. Payment done. It's going back to payment success page. Oh, it breakpoint. Continue. We are here. Payment is confirmed. If I go to my bookings now, I can see that upcoming booking one and I can see all the details. First room, room number is no room assigned right now. All these information, right? So right now, room is not assigned, right? Now, if I log out, let's first see ongoing past booking. So this thing is working. We will tweak around these columns. We are not going to show all the columns. Booked on spelling is incorrect. We need to fix this. Now what I'm saying, if I log out and log in with admin, so my booking page does not exist for admin. Manage bookings. This is the first one. So we'll say assign room. Let's say 103. Save it and approve it. Now log out. Again log in with the same guest. Now manage bookings page does not exist for that user. My bookings and this status is booked and room number is not there. Why room number is not there? Okay, because I commented that out, right? You remember? So now let's first fix this spelling. Then we will have room number, room type. We will remove this guest because it is for me. I am the user. I am looking at my booking. So I know what my name is, right? So we can remove this. Status is fine. Remarks is fine. So that means room number should display direct room numbers. There should not be any room change functionality, room number change functionality. So we need to display direct room, remove guest, fix booked on, and yes, these information we need to work on right now. So I'll go to my bookings page. Here, guest name, I'm going to remove this. Then booked on. Let's fix the spelling and fix it on manage bookings page as well. So booked on. Then what was the other thing? Yeah, we need to display direct room number here, right? So no room assigned if context.room ID is null, else we are here. So here we will display room number directly. So instead of this, we'll say context.room number like this. Okay. Then let's remove this commented thing and remove all of these things. We removed guest, changed this, booked on and set the room, right? These three things we had to do. Save. Then if there are no records, in quick grade, uh, hmm, let's try something here, but that thing is how would we know? Okay, let's do this. Let's have, I'm just trying, I don't know if it will going to work or not. So what I am going to do, I will have one piece of information here, private bool, let's say underscore no data found, something like this. Okay. Now if that's the case, no data found, in here what I will do, I will check if no data found is true. Then what I am going to do, I will simply use template column. Okay. And here in let's say h3, class text center, I will say no bookings found, something like this. Else, if we have data, then we are going to show all of these things. Okay, now we need to work on this no data found. So in our on initialize where we are using this bookings provider. So first thing we will do after setting is loading to true. I'll say maybe right before returning from here. Okay, we are going to check. So no data found, we will set result dot total count. If this is equals 0, then we'll say no data found because there is no data. If records count is 0, that means there is no data. Okay, so let's do this, or maybe let's move it here. So save it. All right, now let's try it out. So I'm going to refresh it, stop, and rerun. Let's see how it is looking now. If this thing does not work, it should work. No data found. If this does not work, then we might need to show some alert or something like that. We have upcoming bookings, ongoing bookings, there is nothing. Then past bookings, we have 15 items, upcoming bookings, 1 item, ongoing bookings. So we cannot see anything here. Right, which we should have seen that. If I check, do we have some TD or something like that or no? Container, let's do this. Div class table responsive, table, T head, T body, there is no. Oh, maybe if there is no data, it does not renders the T body. That is happening here. Okay, okay, all right. So what we will do? Uh, Maybe we can display it before the table. So here, let's copy this, cut this, remove else, and right before this, let's do this, and here we cannot have template column. We will have this thing like this. So save it. Huh. Rebuild and apply changes. Let's see if this shows this. Yeah, it should show this is different thing. Okay, my bookings 16 ongoing, no bookings found. Yeah, this is better than before. At least we can see something. Okay, it looks fine now. Now let's check here. We have room type, we have room number. So 101, no room assigned, nothing. Booked on this thing, check in, check out, adult, children, special request, status, remarks, everything is coming here. Now, there is one thing for these pending ones. For these pending ones, what we should do? We should show one option so that this user, this guest can pay, so make payment again, right? We should have some option, or for payment cancel as well, for these two statuses at least, right? We should have one option so that guest can pay for this booking, and that should come only if check-in date is today or in future, right? So let's work on this thing. Doing that, it will, I think, complete this page. Yeah, all right. Let's open this. Let's stop it for now. Then what I'll do here, can be approved. Similarly, booking display model will go here, and we have these helper computed properties. So I'm going to have one more. Public bool will say can make payment. Okay. The first thing we will check if status is equals pending, or status is equals payment cancelled. If these two statuses are there, and in addition to this, uh, and the date, which is check-in date, this is greater than equals date only dot from date time dot today. Oh, date time dot today. Okay, then only this booking is eligible to make payment. Save it, and I guess we are good. Now can make payment, we can work on this. So we are on my bookings. In this last grid column, this action. So what we will do, let's uncomment this. Oh, and we should allow user to cancel the booking also, right? Yeah, user can also cancel his own booking. Yeah, let's first we will have, it should be can make payment. So here we will say make payment async, something like this. Make payment async. Make payment, or maybe pay now, something like this. Okay, to save it, let's create this make payment async method, and let's copy cancel booking async from manage bookings page. So here I'll say private async task make payment async. We will have booking display model, booking display model, booking, and then for cancel we will copy the method from this uh, cancel booking async, this thing. Copy it, paste it here. Okay, alert async, confirm async, JS runtime. We need these three things. So let's first inject our JS runtime on this my bookings page. Then let's copy the alert and confirm async methods. What we can do, we can maybe uh, create these methods as extension methods on JS runtime. Okay, so let's do this so that we can reuse these methods. So what I'll go to extensions. I'm going to create a new class, and here I'll say JS runtime extensions. Runtime, where is JS? JS runtime extensions. Yes. So here I'll say public static class. Okay. So here we'll create a method public async task, and then we'll say alert, or maybe we can say show alert, or let's call it alert only. Alert async this Hmm. Hmm. This IJS runtime, JS runtime, await JS runtime dot alert async, not direct alert async. We'll say dot invoke void async. Then we can have window dot alert, and we will get one message, string message message like this. What it is saying? Public static async task, and now we are good. Okay, so same thing we'll do for confirm. Here we'll say confirm async window dot confirm, but this time it would return something. So invoke async of type bool. This should be task of bool. Then let's have prompt as well. So prompt async. So this should be nullable string window dot prompt. All right. Now let's use these methods. So we are in manage bookings. So manage bookings also what we'll do, we'll simply return this alert and this confirm method. Let's do this. So here we have confirm async. This will do JS runtime dot confirm async. Okay. Same thing we'll do for alert async, and in approve booking, same thing, confirm async, alert async, and this is prompt. So here also we'll do dot prompt async like this. Cool. So let's use these methods on my bookings page as well. So here we'll do this js runtime dot confirm async, js runtime dot alert async, js runtime dot alert async. Great. So save everything, and now we are good. Now in this make payment async, first thing we will check, same, double check booking dot can make payment. If that's true, then we'll have our logic, and that logic is going to be same as we had on that booking page. So on booking page, we are making this booking book room async method. Here we have this make booking async method. This we already done. So this pay now async. We need to have this method actually. So this, if we go to this method, this logic, this is what we need. Okay, this is what we need. We have this room type name. This we can get from this booking only. So booking dot room type name. So instead of having this as a separate thing, we can directly have it. Where is that book room type name? Where is it? Yeah, it is here. Okay. Number of days we'll calculate. Price. Uh, do we have this? We should have this, right? Or payment model. Let's do what all we can do here. Booking ID we can get from booking.id. Booking.room type. Number of days. This we can get. What number of days we can say, we can have the same logic we had here. Checkout date dot day number, check-in date dot day number. So here we'll say booking dot checkout date dot day number minus booking dot check-in date dot day number. So this is going to be number of days. Then we have price. So we need to check if we are having price in this booking display model. I think we are not having the single price, right? We have total amount, but not single price. So what we can do, we can maybe modify our payment model. So instead of price, we will ask total amount, total amount. Okay. Then what we are going to do, we are going to modify our payment service. Here we are getting this model dot price. So instead of this model dot price and model number of days, we already have total amount. So we are going to directly use the total amount. So we'll say model dot total amount like this, and then we can simply remove this total amount thing from here. Okay. And then we need to modify this more booking room type for number of days. Then we can remove this thing. If we want to have it, we need to add this price throughout the complete thing. So maybe for booking, in booking table also we need to have one more column which will have the price, and if you want to do that you can add that. All right, so we are here, we need to make this change on our uh, booking page as well. So on booking page we have this total amount. If we go to pay now, this pay now so this underscore price, instead of this underscore price we need to provide total amount, this total amount. Okay. All right. So in that, now do we need underscore price? Yes, we need underscore price to get total amount. Okay. Okay, from here we are good. On this generate payment, this make payment async, we have payment model, and this is going to be booking dot total amount. And then here we need user ID. So for user ID, we already have one method which is we get user ID async. So let's do this. What we are doing in where is that on this thing? So let's copy this logic, which is getting the user ID and checking if it is null. So in this can make payment, we can do this the first thing. We'll say direct return. That's all we want. Do anything, and we need to navigate user to the return default get user. Oh, in get user ID async we already have this logic, so we'll simply return. All right. Now if that's not the case, we have this guest ID which is this user ID, so we can use it here. Now payment service, we need to inject this payment service on this page. So we'll say inject I payment service and we'll name it payment service. Okay. And now we are good. Payment service generate payment URL. It will be here. So save it and we are good now. All right, let's try it out. Error, what is it? Alert async. We are using this on manage bookings. We missed this. So JS runtime dot this thing. Alert async, alert async. There is one more. Inside this, yes. Save it and now zero error. Yes, let's run it. Okay, we are here. My bookings. We can see pay now, which is actually disabled Booked, yes, because we already made payment. Ongoing bookings, past bookings. Here, let's have that CSS. So on manage bookings, we had that CSS, this thing. Let's add this on my bookings as well. Save it. Yeah, now we can see this. So print. Oh, because all these are past bookings and upcoming bookings, I have not done anything. So let's do this. Let's book a room. So I'm booking a room. Oh, and I need to cancel the payment. Okay. Leave. Payment is cancelled. Now if I go to my bookings, booking was created, which will come in ongoing booking because this is today's booking, right? So here we have this and we can see this pay now button is enabled here. So pay now, when I do this, we came here. We should display loader in this case as well, right? So now if I make the payment, I'm making the payment, pay. Now if I go to my bookings, ongoing bookings, pay now is disabled and status is payment success. So that means payment success, payment logic is working from here as well. Now first thing, let's add the loader. So we already have this loader. This loading text is hard coded right now, so we need to make it dynamic because now we have two different set of loaders, loading conditions. So here what I'll do, private string, and I'll say loading text equals, or maybe let's have it blank only for now. Then we can use this here. So I'll say loading text, and then we need to use this in on initialize is loading true. Before that, I'll say loading text equals fetching booking. Okay, and same thing what we'll do here. Let's copy these two things. Go to the make payment. So here, when we are making the payment, I'll do this processing like this. Okay, all right, save it. Okay, now we are good. And for pay now, what I think maybe cancel. We need to check this cancel as well, right? So let's first check the cancellation logic. What is in there? Cancel booking async. If I go to cancel booking, we get booking, we get this already cancelled, invalid, cancelled by staff admin, but that's not the case in this particular case, right? So here we need to have one more parameter. So here we can check if, so we'll pass string nullable user ID and we'll say user ID who is performing this operation, and let's have it as default value null. Let's add this to the interface. Okay, and here what we'll do, we will check uh, in here we will check if this user ID is not equals null. And or maybe we can say user ID equals this booking dot guest ID. Booking dot guest ID. That means this is the current user who is doing this thing. And then else, let's copy this. So what we'll do, cancelled by guest. We can do this, cancel by guest in this case or cancel by staff admin in this case. And we can make it just, we can add this condition inside this only if we want to have this at single place only. So we can do something like this. Like this. We'll do this. If this is the case, this should be by guest. If that's not the case, this is staff admin. Like this. And then we can remove this hard-coded guest from here, and then we can remove this if-else condition altogether. Like this. All right, now we have this. So environment.new line, then we have this cancelled by user only. So stop it, and we will pass user ID in this particular case. From my bookings, we are going to provide user ID. So for this, we need to get the user ID. So that means the same condition we can have here. Inside can be cancelled. And maybe, are you sure you want to cancel this booking? In here we need to check this. Then we pass guest ID as third parameter. Save it. We made it nullable so that we don't have to modify the existing manage bookings page from where we are allowing cancellation of bookings by staff and admin. So using this, now we are good. Okay, looks like everything is fine here. So save it and let's run it. And we again have that problem that is still, I don't have any answer to this. If you guys know about it, please do let me know in the comment. I'm still not able to figure out. So here, those who don't know about it, if I have this, if I made user logged in, we are adding custom claims. So what happens after some time, we lose all those additional custom claims which we added, but it is in authenticated state. It has the default user ID and email claims which comes with ASP.NET Core identity, but the claims which we have added when we uh, logged in the user. So if you go to components, accounts, pages, login.razor, here we have this logic. First we get the user information, then we check password, then we get additional claims, and then we use this sign in with claims async and we pass these additional claims. So somehow after some time these additional claims got uh, removed. Why this is happening, I have no idea. I tried to reproduce this by adding couple of breakpoints, and that I'm not able to debug this basically. So I'm still, if I find some time, I tries it, but I don't have anything yet on this. So maybe someone who has worked on ASP.NET Core identity, they might know about it, because I have a very less knowledge about ASP.NET Core identity. I mostly work with custom authentications. So yeah, that's the issue. So the only solution is to log out and then log in again. Alright, now let's go to my bookings. We are here. Let's try to cancellation. If I cancel, nothing will happen. Cancel. Okay. Cancellation region. We are just testing. Okay. And this is cancelled. Now cancelled by guest. Region is this testing. Ongoing bookings, past bookings. We have all these things. This was already cancelled. So pay now, cancel. Don't, both of these buttons are disabled. Here also we can cancel because these are in. If this is in pending status, why pay now? Oh, because this booking is already is in past date. That's why. All right. So looks like this my bookings page is done. We have the list of upcoming bookings, ongoing bookings, past bookings. We can cancel a booking. We can make a payment from here as well if payment was not made already. So yeah, looks like, and we have this paging as well in here. So looks like everything is fine here. We are good with this. Now we'll see what next we can work on. Hmm. From this point, my profile is done. My bookings is done. Only this change password is not yet. We are not started on this change password, right? So maybe it's good time to work on this change password. Okay. So this will be done for all the user roles, admin, staff, and guest. All right, login, close. Oh, I should not have log out, but okay, yeah. So next we'll work on change password. For that, first thing, let's close all of these. Close all tabs and components, pages. Where is change password? Change password, post auth, change password. We are here. Okay, we'll work on this page now. So for this change password, let's copy the design from my profile page. Container, my profile. Looks like we can copy everything. We'll clean it out. Copy everything, come to change password. We are here. Now container, then let's use heading change password. Then in this, we are okay. Call SM7, so instead of 7, let's use maybe 4. And then we have if user is not null, this we don't have to do this here. Okay, we need message user ID. If user ID is not null, this user ID, okay, this is the user ID, so we are good. Handle success, this we don't have to do here. We will have our logic here. So for this, we need to have one model which will help us to work on this change password functionality. So how change password should work? First, we need to have one field which will have the current password. User needs to provide the current password. So it ensures that the user is changing password of maybe himself only. If I got your account logged in somehow, I got access to your logged in account. If I change the password, if I don't have the current password, then I can change your password, right? If I just have new password, I will add my password and then you will not be able to log in because now password has changed. But if I have the first field as current password, so I need to know the current account password, which I would not know your account password, right? I would know of my account only. Okay, so for this we'll go to our models and then we can create class, let's say change password model, and in here we are going to have first we will have current password. Then I'll copy this, or maybe I can get this from register user model. So here we have password and confirm password, so let's copy these two, and the name I'll say new password, and confirm new password. Okay, then this is current password. So data annotation we will have same thing. So data password, this current password. So display name we can have this if we want, or maybe we can remove this. Let's have display current password. So current space password, new password, then confirm new password. All right, now this compare, it should compare with this new password. So here I'll say name of new password. Okay, then here password and confirmation password, so we'll say new password and confirm new password do not match. Okay, so we have this model ready now. Let's use this on our change password page. So here I will have private change password model underscore model equals new. All right, and then I can have edit form here. Edit form, I'll use model as this underscore model. Okay, and we don't need any interactivity on this page, so we will use render mode, that default, which is statically server side render. So in that case we will use this form as enhanced form. So I'm going to add enhance. I'm going to add form name in that case. So let's say change password. Then this change password, this model, we should add uh, supply parameter from form. This thing. What is the issue? Oh, this should be property. So we'll rename it to model and then we'll say get set, and this needs to rename to capital model. It looks like we are good. All right. Now in this form, first thing we'll add data annotation validator. Now we are good. Now we'll add our uh, elements. So div class mb3. Then we'll have one label with class form label, and here we'll say current password, and then we'll have input text here with the type password, type password, and then bind value equals model dot current password, and then class, these are css class, so uh, form control. Okay, then we can have placeholder like enter current password. Then we'll have our validation message. So validation message for, we will add our expression which is going to be the same model dot current password. We can add class text danger to make it red like this. And now we are good with this first one. That's interesting here. Now let's copy this, add it two more time. Then we'll say new password, new password, new password, and the placeholder new password. And third one, we will have confirm new password, confirm new password, confirm new password, and then just say confirm new password. All right. And after that, we will add one more div class uh, MB3, and this time here we will have uh, our button. So button type submit class btn primary btn sm, and we'll say change password like this. Let's save it and let's try to run it. It should work. Right now we don't have actual change password logic that we'll work on next. Right now we will just want to see if we can see all of these things. So let's run it. All right, login. Let's go to change password and we can see something. Current password, new password, and confirm new password. New password field is required. If I add something, change password, then this validation. If I add more, these two do not match. So we are having the actual error messages. Okay. All right. So current password, confirm new password. We are good. Now we just need to work on this change password method here. Let's work on it. So I'm going to stop it and let's first add the logic for this. So for that, we'll go to our services and we have this user service, create user, get user profile, update profile. So here only we will have one more method. We'll say task method result and we'll say change password async. It will get change password model and we are good. We need to implement this method now in our user service. All right, so let's do this. Here we will define this. So public and this method, make it async. Okay, now we have this change password model, but we should have current user as well, right? Current user's ID. So we can get that as a separate parameter, maybe string user ID, or maybe we can have this as a part of this change password model only. Let's have it as a separate parameter. This method, let's add this to interface as well. All right. Now we will check how can we change the password. So first thing, uh, let's check what we have on user manager dot. We should have change password async. Yes. Check password async, change password async. Yes, we have change password async, which expects application user, current password, new password. So we are good here, right? So we need to first get application user. So we'll get that. For that, we'll say var user equals await underscore user manager dot find by ID async and user ID. Now we will have user, but it's always a good idea to check if user is not null. If user is null, we will simply return uh, the message we are just using everywhere, so invalid request. All right, then we'll use var result equals await user manager change password async, and here we have application user, which we have here. Then we need to have current password, so that we can get from our change password. Let's name it model, where we can say model dot pass current password and then we need to provide new password. So we'll say modal dot new password. All right, so we are good now. Now we need to check this result. This is identity result. So we might be having the same result everywhere. So we can check this thing. If result is not succeeded, that means we have some error that we can get like this. Then we'll return those errors. If that's not the case, we'll simply return true. That means the password change operation is successful. Looks like everything is fine. Yeah, great. Now let's use this method. Okay, so we'll go to our change password page, and now we can add that method here. Let's define the method. Private async task, sync task, and we'll say change password async. All right. Okay. Now let's inject our user service. So inject I user service. Let's call it user service. Then when we are here, we will simply check var result equals await user service dot change password async, and we can provide our model, and then we need user ID. So for user ID, this is SSR page. So on this page, we can easily have our HTTP context. Okay, we can access HTTP context, and this is going to be a cascading parameter, and then we can directly get user ID from this. So user ID equals await HTTP context dot user dot get user ID, not await, just user ID. We can get it like this. Okay, and we can pass that here. Cool. So looks like everything is fine. Now we need to use this method. So what we'll do, on this edit form, we'll say on valid submit, we'll simply call this method. And now we are good. So this underscore message, let's set this if there is some error. So we have this result here. So we will check if result dot is success. If this is not true, if this is not true, we are going to set message to result dot error message. Okay, if that's not the case, we will set message to, let's say, password changed successfully. Okay, like this. And when we are coming to this method, we will simply reset this. All right, so looks like everything is fine. Now we can just run it and check it. All right. Okay, it's here. Log out, log in, and I don't remember the password. So let's go to change password. It came. Let's modify it. I added 1 at the very end. Let's see. Can we copy and paste passwords like this? No, right? Okay, let's do this new password 123456 123456. Change password. It is saying incorrect password, and this is in green color, but this should not be in green color, right? This should be in red color because this is an error. This current password is incorrect. That's the error. So we should check it. we might have two fields. One we could say maybe error, and one is just message, or maybe we can have, I don't know, bool if this is error, or it's better to have error and success message, right? These two. So here what we will do, this time we will set error, and this time we'll set message, and here we will simply set both of these to null, and then at this place we will simply copy this, paste this one more time, we'll check for error, we'll display error, and we'll make it text danger and or maybe font weight bold, or what is the class, fw bold. Yes, let's have it at both of these places like this. Save it and let's see it again. If I add something again, now I got incorrect password. If I remove this, change password, still incorrect password. If I remove it again, change password. What is it? Was the request sent? Console, not console, network, patch. If I click on this change, yes, we get that. Where is the change password? Incorrect password. So we are not sure if something is happening here. So what we should do, because when I press this, nothing is happening. So I'm not sure if user would not know if something is happening or not. So what we should do, we should somehow display some indication that something is happening right now. And for that, because this page is static SSR, so what we can do, we can use streaming rendering on this page. So I'll do that. So let's do attribute, we'll say stream rendering. Okay, and then when let's have one more piece of information, that we'll say bool uh, processing is processing. Okay, is processing. So on this button, first thing we can disable this. So we'll say disable equals, if this is processing is true, this will be disabled, and then this text, let's make this text also dynamic. So is processing is true, we'll say processing. If that's not the case, we'll say change password. What happened? Is processing cannot convert. Oh, this is nullable. Let's use direct bool. All right. Now we need to set this is processing. So we will set this when we are coming to this method. We will set is processing to true. Okay, and then we'll set this is processing to false at the very end, like this. So save it, maybe stop it and rerun. It's here, let's see. Change password, and if I do this, new password field is required. 123 123 456 123 456. Change password. It is saying incorrect password. Which password is incorrect? The current password is incorrect. Okay, this should be the current password. Now we have this error which came from this one. So for this, what we should have, let's say, I don't know what password I have set already. What is this text? Let's check it. So I'll change it to text. This is the password. Let's use this only. Update password. Password change successfully. Does that change that this button's text? We don't know, right? Let's do this. Let's add some artificial delay, manual delay. So here I'll say await task dot delay 1 second. Or when we are checking, let's make it 1.5 seconds. So let's read it. Okay, it's here. Change password. Yes, that is working. But because that was too fast, we were not able to see that. So that thing is working. Incorrect password, it is showing the correct error messages, and when we change that, it showed us password has been changed successfully. So that means we are good. So this functionality is also done now. Okay, let's see what next we can do. So right now I'll log out, close this, and let's remove this delay. Save. Let's close all. Let's see. Let's see on the UI what all is remaining, because I didn't plan it already, so I don't have anything in my mind. Whatever I can see, I can, maybe we can work on that. So let's start from the top. So we have this email ID, contact number. These are not going to be changed that frequently, so we can have these hard coded in the layout only. But if you want that this should also be configurable, then there are two options. Either you can configure it from app settings, you could add these in app settings, or you could add these in database, and from there you can fetch these. Then we have these social links. So what I am going to do for this, I'm going to remove Facebook. Then for Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube, I'm going to add my social profile links to these, and then I'm going to remove Instagram from here. Then on homepage, our rooms, we don't have link here, so I'm going to add link here. Then book a room. So these two pages, these two should go to this rooms and book a room page. Then we have this welcome to hotelier. So in our case, this is Blazing Hotel. So we are going to change this. Then explore our rooms. Rooms we already have. Then this section, I thought maybe we'll remove this, but we can have it like this only. But we will simply move to this our rooms and book a room. These we are going to add links to these pages. Then comes explore our services. So these are fine. We are okay with this. If you want these to be configurable, you can maybe create some database table and then some service to fetch this. Then we have client testimonial. This is also, I'm not going to implement this, but I already showed you a lot of things, so you can easily implement this. The thing is, this video, the recording, it is already almost, I guess, 23 or 24 hours. So I'm kind of tired with this actually. Then we have explore our staff. So this thing, we have two approaches. Either we can have maybe we don't want to show all the staff members. So ideally what happens in most of the cases, we display the maybe top management in here. So that does not change that frequently. So we can have this section hard coded, or we can maybe get these from uh, database only. We have stuff, we have name there, we have designation, we don't have these social links, but you can maybe modify application user and you can add these links as well. But because I don't have, I will remove these. And then these images, we can have these some dynamic placeholders, or maybe I think we have image, right? If I go to application user, we have this image here. So maybe we can implement this thing. So we will upload image for the staff and then we can display that image here. So these are different approaches you can follow. Then we have subscribe newsletter. So this also we need to work on. After that, this we'll change it to our Blazing Hotel. Then these are static details. These are social links. So I'm going to remove this Facebook. About us, contact us, privacy policy, terms and conditions, support. These are going to be static pages. About and contact pages we already have, so we are going to link them. And these three pages, these are going to be static pages. So you can add any static content on these pages. Services, these are also going to be kind of static pages. So in our case, what I'll do, I'll simply remove this or maybe comment this out. So if you want to reuse this, you can uncomment and use this. Then home page, which is this default, cookies, help, FAQs, these are also going to be kind of static pages. So I'm going to remove these. You could have these if you want. Your site name, here we are going to use our Blazing blog, the main, not Blazing blog, Blazing hotel. Now let's go to the very top. This is home page. Then we have about this thing. This is fine. This is fine. Here we have staff. So we are okay. We can modify the staff section. Services, this is going to be static. Rooms, book a room, we already saw that. Contact, this is the map. Then we have this inquiry form, and then these three emails, these are also static. These also do not change. So then we'll have this inquiry form, right? So that's all we have. Let's start. Maybe let's first work on these two things, this inquiry form and newsletter. Then we'll work on other things. Okay. All right, let's start working on this form. Inquiry form, this is on contact page. Let's open the contact page. So we'll go to components, pages, and contact page. Okay. So this is the iframe, that map. What you can do for this one, whatever address you have, you can add that in Google Map, and then you can copy that embed SRC and you can add that here. I'm not going to use any because this Blazing hotel that does not exist physically, but so that's why I'll keep it like this only. All right, then we have this inquiry form. So for this inquiry form, we are going to have couple of things. So name, email, subject, message, 1 2 3 4. These are the four fields. So let's create a model for this. So we'll go to models, add new model class, and let's say inquiry model. Okay, and here we'll have public string name, public string email, public string subject, and then public string message. Let's add data annotations on these. So this is going to be required. Name is going to be required with a max length of name maybe 15 or 20, not more than this. Then on email, we will have required max length maybe 50. Then email address. Then for subject, same required and max length of maybe 25 or 3. Then message. So this is also going to be required with maybe 250 characters long message. All right, these four things: name, email, subject, message. That's all we have. All right, let's use this inquiry model on this page. So here in this code section, I'm going to have private, or let's because this page we are going to use it as static server side rendered, so we will get this from the form. So we'll say public inquiry model, and for this we'll say supply parameter from form, and we'll have a default value as this. Okay, after this let's have a couple of other things. So private bool is processing. Then let's follow the same approach we just followed for our previous page. That was that we change password. So if you go to post or change password, we had these things. Let's add these here. So error message is processing. We don't need user ID here. Okay. Then we will need HTTP context as well. Do we need HTTP context? No, we don't. We don't need HTTP context. All right. So now we have these things here ready. Now what we'll do, let's first convert this form to edit form. Okay, let's do this. Edit form, and we'll remove this form HTML form tag. Now in this edit form, first thing we need to set our model, which is going to be our model. Then we are going to use enhanced form. Then we are going to use form name, which will be inquiry form. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, inquiry form. Then let's convert these inputs to input text with bind value with model dot name, and then let's copy this class and placeholder, class and placeholder, and ID as well, because we have this label for IDs. That's why we are doing this. So let's remove this input from here. That means you can directly use this input text. So let's say input text, type email is fine, ID email, everything looks fine. It should be self closing tag. All right. Then we have this subject. So this also, let's change it to input text. Then we can remove type text because that is by default. It will be self closing. Then we have this text area. So we'll use it as input text area. Okay. And we are good. We just need to add bind value syntax to it. So bind value, this is message. So here we'll say model dot message. This is subject. So here we'll say bind value model dot subject. This is email. So here we'll say bind value equals model dot email. All right. This is fine. Then we have button. Looks like everything is fine. We just need to add our validation messages. So validation message for it should be expression should be model dot name like this, and let's use class as text danger like this. Let's copy this and we'll add to all of these. So this should be for email. Then we will have for message. Then we will have for, oh, not message, this is for subject, and then this one for message like this. All right. Then on this button we will bind its disabled state. So disabled equals same thing, underscore is processing. If processing is true, this button should be disabled, and then we'll have this message dynamically the same way we have on that page change password. So here we'll check if is processing is true, then we'll say processing or maybe sending dot dot dot. If that's not the case, we will display this default message which was send message like this. All right. Then we have this error and message. So let's go to the change password page and let's copy these two things, message and error. Let's copy these and come to this page and we'll add these. Maybe before this edit form, let's add these here. Okay. And then on this page, we will enable stream rendering. So we are going to copy this attribute stream rendering. Let's add it here. And now looks like we are good. All right. Now let's create the method which will send the message. So private async task will say send message async like this. And here first thing we'll set error and message to null. Then we'll set is processing to true. Then we'll call service and then we'll set is processing to, and then we'll set this error or message accordingly. If there is error, we'll set error. If there is message, we'll set message. Right now, let's have some manual delay here. So await task dot delay equals, let's say, not equals, await task dot delay, let's say 1500 milliseconds. All right, looks like everything is fine here. Let's save and let's run it so that we can see that happening. Then we'll work on the service part of this send message. Okay, so let's see. It is here. Let's go to our contact page. We are here. If I do this, I have some error. And what is the error here? Edit form requires either a model parameter or edit context. If you remember, we had this error earlier, so somehow I might be missing edit form, model, edit form. On this page, I just have this edit form only. Let's search this edit form, just two edit forms. Okay. And then what about form tag? No, I don't have that. I have form name, I have enhance, I have model. Everything looks fine. Input text area, input text, input text, input text. Bind value, bind value, bind value, bind value. Everything looks fine. Supply parameter from form. This is a property. Everything looks fine. What is the issue? So when previously we had that issue, I was having added form tag inside something like contact. Okay, this is fine. So it comes here, but after that, after making that call, I click on send message, then it throws this exception. Edit form requires either a model parameter or please provide one of these. If we go here, preview, we will see the same thing. Show row exception details, not row exception details, but these are the details. Let me debug, let me check what the issue is. If you know what the issue is, do let me know in the comment. Pause this video, drop a comment, and then we'll chat. Okay. If this is working on change password page, am I missing some? Maybe I'm missing some small detail. What is the difference on this change password and contact page? What is the difference? If I go to contact page, I have this. This is also a form, right? And on change password, oh, I think I got it. What the issue is. So on change password page, we just have one form. And if you go to contact page, we have two forms on this page. So first form is this one, this filter form. And then second form is this inquiry form, which we just added. So what is happening, I guess, when we say supply parameter from form, it is somehow not able to figure out where is our filter section, shared filter section, edit form, supply parameter from form. So now we have two forms. When we are clicking on that page and when we are posting it, so it is not able to figure out that which model binds to which form. So that's why we need to use this form name. So this form name belongs to this edit form. So this filter model, this has form name property. This attribute has form name property. So we need to define this, that you need to bind this value from this form. Okay. Then we'll do the similar thing on our contact page. Let's say form name. If you have only one form on the page, then it simply gets that okay, I need to set this value. Inquiry form. I hope it works. This should be the issue. Sorry. Let's run it. Contact, send, and boom. Yeah, this was the issue. Cool. Go to contact page and now we are good. Great. But why validation messages are not coming? Did I miss data annotation validator? Yes. So let's add that first, data annotation validator, save it, and then let's check it. Okay, I got this. All right, let's work on the functionality now. So for this, I don't think we have entity for this inquiry right now. So first thing we will do, we will create inquiry entity. So in entities, let's create an inquiry model, class inquiry. Okay, and we can have all these fields. Okay, then we can add Unicode. We don't need this, so Unicode false. In name, email, subject, or maybe in password as well. We don't need Unicode characters. All right, so looks like we are good. And apart from this, we will have one date time. Let's say inquired on, something like this. Save. Cool. Let's add this inquiry, this entity to our DB context. So we'll add it here, inquiries, and then let's create a service. In our services, let's create a new class. We'll say inquiry service. Let's add constructor. We'll inject our IDB context factory of application DB context factory like this. We are good now. So here we'll add one method public async task. Let's say method result, and here we'll say add inquiry, something like this. Add inquiry, and here we will get our inquiry model like this. Add inquiry async. The first thing we will get our context from this context factory. So using var context equals uh, context factory underscore context factory dot create db context, and then we can simply say uh, var inquiry equals new inquiry. We can set all these things: email, message, name, subject, and inquired on would be datetime.now. Okay, and in this we don't have id, so let's have one id as well, which will be key and which will be database generated. So this is default. All this attribute is default. Entity framework EF core checks if we have ID, the property named ID, it automatically considers it as key, or if we have some property which is that class name and then suffixed by ID, then it considers it as its key, primary key. But I am adding it explicitly, and this is also at the default option, the database generated identity, but let's have it like this. All right, so now we have inquiry model. Then we'll say await context dot inquiries dot add async inquiry, and then save changes async, and then we can simply return true. Okay. All right, now let's display. For display purpose, let's have list of, let's say, page result. We will have paging for this. So public async task page result of inquiry model, or maybe we can have inquiry only, or maybe inquiry model. Yeah, we just need to display it, so we are good. Public async task page result inquiry model, and here we'll say get inquiries. Inquiries, right? And we will use quick grid. So let's use our start index and page size for this. Okay, first thing, let's get context using var context equals underscore context factory dot create db context. Then we will simply return await. Oh, no, we need to have total count as well, right? So what we'll do here, we'll generate our query. Although this is going to be simple, so we can get total count like context dot inquiries dot count async, and we need to await it, and then we can have our records equals await context dot inquiries dot order by descending e dot inquired on this. Then we will skip start index and then take page size, then to array async. Okay, let's break it down to multiple lines like this. like this. And then we can simply return new page result of inquiry model. Then we can have total count and then total records or records. This is this. What is the issue here? Oh, this is inquiry model, but this gives us inquiry. So let's do this here or maybe here. Let's add select. Or maybe we need to add on as well, right? So let's do this. Let's return inquiry object only. All right. Now we have these two methods. I think we just need these two methods only. So we can make this expression body. And then let's do this. Let's extract interface, add to the current file only. Okay. And then we will register this in our program.cs. Let's register this dot add transient I inquiry service, and now we are good. We added this inquiry entity. So let's add the migration as well. So we'll say add migration, add inquiry, so that we get this inquiry model and at the database side. Let's wait for it. And it is here. If we check create table inquiries, begin to worker 2050 20, and we are good. Okay. Okay, so our service is ready. Now we can use this service on our contact page. Okay. What we can do, maybe we could have extracted this out on a separate page, a separate component. But yeah, let's do this. Let's have it here only. Now what we'll do, we'll inject inquiry service, I inquiry service, we'll call it inquiry service. Okay. And then inside the send message async here, we will simply call await say var result equals await inquiry service dot add inquiry async, and we'll pass our model. Okay, then we'll simply check if result dot its success is not true. Then we'll set our underscore error. So we'll say result dot error message. If this is not null, we'll say error in sending inquiry. If that's not the case, we'll simply set underscore message to inquiry sent successfully. All right. And then we'll set is processing to false. Looks like everything is fine. We just need to use this send message async method. So on this edit form, we'll say on valid submit, use this method, and now we should be good. Let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Contact. If I send it, I'll get this. If I set it test at gmail.com, test subject, test message, and then if I send message, nothing is happening. Why? Console or say network, close everything. If I press send message, oh, it sent the message, but nothing happened. Why? Let's check. Oh, we have breakpoint here. Oh my god, now we will have two inquiries. First and then second. Inquiry sent successfully. I think this should be at send message right before this button, right? So that we can see this. Okay, I'll move it to here. And after sending the inquiry, we should clear all these fields. Okay. And if user is logged in, I guess we should populate name and email from the user's claims, right? So that the currently logged in user don't need to put his name and email again, right? Let's do this. So first I'll stop it, then I'll move this section where I'm setting message and error message. I'll cut this section from here, okay, and add this right before the button. So here I'll say div class called 12 like this, and on this P let's do this. Let's have M by 3 so that we have margin from top and bottom. All right, save it, and now we are good. And what was the other thing? Yeah, we need to reset model when we say send message async. After that we should say model equals new. Okay, and then we need to check if we have, if user is already logged in, then we should fill name and email. For that, what we can do, first thing, we need to inject this is SSR, right? So we don't need to inject, we can simply get the current HTTP context. So public HTTP context HTTP context, and this will be cascading parameter which will be provided by Blazor itself. Now what we will do, we will override our own initialized async method. In here we will check if we are in get mode, then only we'll do this, right? So if HTTP methods dot is get HTTP context dot request dot method. If this is get, then we will check var if HTTP context dot user dot identity dot is authenticated equals true. By the way, I'm using equals true because I have added these null checks here, so it could be null. So if it is true, that means we know that user is logged in. Then we can simply set name and email from here. So how can we do that? We can simply say HTTP context dot user, which is claims principal, dot, we could use find first. We have one method find first value from security.claims, and here we could pass claim type. So for email and full name, we are using some claims. And where are those claims? Let's check in our login page, component, account, pages, login. Here, if you see, we have this full name and email. So we will use this claim name. Okay. So this is the full name. So we'll say model dot name equals this. Then let's copy this one more time and we'll set model dot email equals, it should be email. Now if it will be null, then we'll set null only. So that means we are good. So we know this is null and we are okay with that. All right, so looks like everything is fine now. What is the issue? Oh, we can make this the non-async one because we are not using any async operation inside this. So now we are good. If I save everything, if I run it, okay, it's here. Right now I'm logged in, right? If I go to contact, we can see name and email got populated. If I log out, then these fields are empty. If I log in again, and if I go to contact page, these got filled. That means this logic is working. Great, we are good now with sending the inquiry. Now, sending inquiry part is done, but we need to uh, display these inquiries somewhere, right? So we should have manage inquiries page basically, and that can be for I think for both staff and admin. Okay, so we'll work on that thing next. So for that, let's go to our header first. Let's close everything. Close all tabs. Go to header first. Shared. And where is header? Header. In here, where we have staff admin, here what we'll do, we will add one more link where we'll say manage inquiries. Okay. And staff admin manage inquiries. This is going to be the URL. So let's copy this. Copy, save, and then we'll go to our pages and staff admin folder, and we'll create a new Razor component here. We'll say manage inquiries, add it, and let's set the page at the rate page, and this staff admin manage inquiries, this thing. So save it. What happened? Okay. Now let's copy any page. So let's copy this page. Manage bookings. Let's copy everything from this page and then go to this page, this manage inquiries. We'll paste everything. We'll go to the top. We'll clean this up basically. Do we need JS runtime? Do we need booking service? Do we need iRoom type service? No, we don't need any of these. Do we need render mode? Interactive server? Yes, because we need paging on this page. So using quick grid paging, we need to have interactivity. Here the heading should be manage inquiries. Then quick grid, this is fine. Loader, do we need loader? Yes. So fetching inquiries, QUIRIES. Then do we need dialog component? No. Do we need this action grid column? No, we don't need any action column here. Do we need is loading? Yes. Bookings grid. Then on initialize, do we need any additional method here? The answer is no. This is just to display the inquiries, nothing else. We'll clear all other things. Then what we'll do, the type is going to be inquiry in this case, right? So inquiry, instead of booking display model, it should be inquiry. I'll replace all the booking display models to inquiry. Okay. Then we don't need these things. Okay. Then let's rename this bookings grid to inquiries grid. And somehow this is again breaking. So let's do Control H. Inquiries grid. Okay. Inquiries grid. And this bookings provider, let's rename this to inquiries provider. Okay, let's do the same thing. So inquiries provider. All right. His loading state has changed. Then let's inject our iInquiry service here. So inject inquiry service, and then we can use this inquiry service to fetch the inquiries. Where we'll say inquiry service dot get inquiries. We should add a sync. Let's go to this get inquiries method. Let's rename this to add a sync suffix. All right. So looks like here we are good. We just need to fix these property columns. Okay. So we'll do ID is fine. After that, we need property column b dot name. Title, we don't need this. So after that, name, we will have email. Then we will have message. Before that, we will have subject. Then we'll have message, and then we'll have book inquired on, right? So on this inquired on, we'll set title inquired on, and then we'll set format on this. So dd mmm yy hhmmss. Okay. So date, month, year, hour, minutes, seconds. So the complete thing. I guess we are good now. Everything looks fine. We don't need this inquiry grid as well. We don't need this reference. So looks like everything is fine. This page is clean, right? Yeah. Let's make this page size smaller for now so that we can see the paging. Let's run it. It's here. We need to log out. Then log in with staff or admin. Let's say second staff. We have manage inquiries, and we can see the inquiries here. There are two inquiries. Let's add one more inquiry. Staff can also add inquiry, right? Second staff. This is inquiry from staff. Just want to test paging on manage inquiries page. Send message. Inquiry sent successfully. If we go to manage inquiries, we can see that here, then we have this paging. So we can go to that page like this. Okay, so that means paging is working. Everything looks fine here. Now we can increase the page size and we are good with this contact page now. Right? Cool. Log out, close this, and let's set this paging to 10. Save everything, and now we are good with it. The inquiry on contact form. So let's close all, and let's see what next we can work on. Now I think all the only dynamic section is that subscribe form at the very end, right? All other things are just static things, right? I guess yes. This inquiry, this subscribe our newsletter, this page. So let's work on this, and then we'll be done with the dynamic section, right? All right. I think we are approaching to the end now. Okay, let's work on this. So for that, That section is only on uh, the public pages, right? We have main layout, which directly have body, header, footer. Then we have inner page layout, and inner page layout we have newsletter. And then this inner page layout, we set this directly. Where did we set? Here we don't have anything. Then in staff admin, we have admin layout. Post auth, we have admin layout. Guest, we have admin layout. Admin, we have admin layout. So that means inner page layout, we have this on all the public pages, and all those are, I guess, SSR, right? Static server side rendered page. About, auth, booking is pre-rendered. Okay. Then booking cancel. This is also static SSR. This is static SSR. This is static SSR. Counter. We don't need this. We'll clean this up. Error is fine. Home is SSR. What is the booking small? Oh, are we missing this booking small? We changed it to filter model. I get it. Filter section. We changed it to filter section. Okay. Rooms, services, and then whether we'll remove this. Okay, so that means we have only one page. Close all but this. Okay, close all actually. So for that newsletter section, let's see how we can approach that. So newsletter.razor page, this. We have this input, and then we have this button. So let's have one small model here. Do we have some single value model? If I go to model, do I have single value model? No. Or do I need single value model? No, right? Okay, let's do this. So we will go to our first, let's go to our services, or maybe before services, let's go to data, entities, and let's create a new entity. So we'll say class, and it would be newsletter subscriber, subscriber, right? Here we will have one ID, key, then we will have string email, then we will have date time subscribed on. Okay, then on this email we will set required max length of 50 and Unicode false, like this. Okay, so that's all for this entity. Now we can add this to our DB context. Let's add that here. So I'll say subscriber and subscribers. All right, let's then add the migration. So I'll say add migration, add subscriber. Let it add, build succeeded, and we have migrations ready. Subscriber, email, date time, and ID, and we are good. All right, now let's go to services and let's create a new service for the subscribers. So here I'll say class, or maybe let's do this. Let's copy the inquiry service. Let's copy the contents of inquiry service. everything from Enquiry service. Let's create a new service class. We'll say subscriber service, and let's copy paste everything, change the constructor, and then let's directly replace inquiry with subscriber. Or maybe we'll need to do a different thing. So add inquiry async. Here we'll say subscribe async, like this. And here we would just get string email, nothing else. Okay. And then we'll create our subscriber object here, which will be new subscriber, and then we'll set email equals this email, and subscribed on datetime.now, and then we'll use subscribers.add async this subscriber, save changes async, we are good. And then get inquiries async, instead of this we'll say get subscribers async, paste result of subscriber, instead of inquiries we'll say subscribers, and instead of inquiry we'll say subscriber. Then this should be subscribers, and order by descending should be subscribed on, and we are good. Let's extract interface to the current file only. Let's register this iSubscriber service in our program.cs. Dot add transient iSubscriber service to subscriber service. Save everything, and now we are good. So on newsletter, let's inject the iSubscriber service. Let's name it subscriber service. Okay, let's remove this commented thing, and here we will have one single model, so that will be just a local model to this, so that we can validate that. So we'll say private class and subscribe model. Okay, here we'll have only single property which will be of type string, and it should be email, and we will add data annotation here. So required and max length 50, and email address, and data type would be data type dot email address. All right, we are good now. We can use this subscribe model here. So here on this page I'll say prop subscribe model, and it would be, let's call it model only, with default value as new. Okay, what is the issue? Inconsistent accessibility. Okay, because this is private. Okay, let's make this private as well. Okay, now we will do supply parameter from form. Now here's the catch. This page, this component, this is going to be added on static SSR and interactive server page. So this attribute, this will work only for static SSR pages, and we are good for that, right? Because we'll have that method, and that method would run automatically on using SignalR on interactive server page, so we are not worried about it. All right, now we will have form here. So where we have this div, let's wrap this div inside edit form. Edit form needs a model. We will provide it model, that is going to be this model. Then we'll have enhance, then we'll have form name, let's call it subscribe form, and then let's paste everything here. And this input, let's change it to input text, and then after this input text we will have our validation message. Okay, so this validation message for model.email like this, and class text danger. Okay, and on this input text we'll say we don't need type text, we can remove it, or maybe we can say type email. And on this page we'll say bind value, and we'll bind this with model.email. I guess that's all we need to do. All right, now let's on this supply parameter from form. Now I'm going to make it a habit to add form name always, because what if we have another form on the page? So for example, on contact form also we are going to contact page also we are going to have three different forms. So I'm going to make this a habit, and I would recommend you also make it a habit. So subscribe form and form. So for supply parameter from form, always add this thing. All right. Now we'll have our method private async task. Here we'll say subscribe async. Okay. And on this page, let's have private bool is loading or is processing flag. Okay. Is processing flag we are going to have it, and because of this we will add streaming rendering attribute to this attribute stream rendering. Okay, so for static ssr pages it will use this, for all other we are okay, it will be automatically handled. So inside this subscribe async, first thing we will set this underscore is processing to true. Okay, then we'll get a result, or let's copy this thing from our contact form, that is inquiry form. Where is contact form? Oh, that is in contact page only. So contact code, let's copy this in a logic, and we need error and message both. So error and message. All right. Okay. So instead of inquiry service model, we'll say subscribe service dot subscribe async, and then we'll pass our model. And then, oh, not model, we just need model.email. Error in, let's say, subscribing, and subscribed successfully, we'll say this. Okay, looks like we are good. All right, let's use this error and message. So right before the button we will have that, so let's copy that thing also from contact page. So we have these two p tags, so we'll add it here. And now we should be good. Let's try it out. Run it. It's here. Let's go to some other page so that we can see that quickly. We have this subscribe. If I do this submit, nothing is happening. And why so? Okay, the same thing. I didn't add data annotation validator first thing, and then I missed on valid submit as well. So on valid submit we'll use subscribe async. Save it, or maybe let's rerun. Okay, it's here about submit, and still we don't have anything. And why so? Let's check it out if we have some error. Slow network detected, that is fine. If we check this, we have input type email placeholder, this name model.email, everything look fine here. Oh, this button type is button. This button type must be submit, and we should add the disabled logic here as well, right? So let's say disabled, and it should be is processing, and then same for the text, the submit text. What we'll do here, we will check if is processing is true, then we'll say subscribing dot dot dot. If that's not the case, we'll say submit. Save it, and let's check if it got automatically fixed, or maybe refresh this page. If I do this, maybe let's restart. Go to any page, submit, email field is required. Yes, now we can see this. All right, then let's do this. Enter your email, abc, submit, at the rate, email is in correct format, abc.abc.com. Subscribed successfully and it got cleared. And we are good. So about us page, this page is SSR, so we are good. Now let's go to book a room page, which is interactive page. So on this also, let's try it out. This is working. abcd at the rate gmail.com and subscribed successfully. So here also it's working. Okay, let's try if this page works. Search. So this form is also working and we are good. So that means all the forms are working on the same page. Great. Now when we have this thing ready, oh, my internet not working, that's why all these things are not getting loaded. Okay, that's fine. Then after this, when we have this newsletter subscribers, we need to manage this. That means we need to somehow get the list of subscribers. So that also we can have for both, for staff and admin, right? So let's work on that manage subscribers part as well. And stop it. Let me close everything, close all tabs. So what I'll do, first thing, let's go to our header, components, shared, header, and right after manage enquiries, we'll copy one more time and we'll say manage subscribers, manage subscribers, and then we are going to copy one page in our staff admin folder, that is manage inquiries. I'm going to copy and paste this again and then rename this to manage subscribers. Save it, open it, change the URL, manage subscribers, and then instead of I inquiry service, we will use I subscriber service, and subscriber service, manage subscribers. Then let's use that subscriber service. So subscriber service dot subscriber service. What is the issue? Subscriber service. Subscriber service. Okay. C was missing. So subscriber service dot get subscribers async with these two parameters only. Then let's change inquiry to subscriber, 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 subscriber. All right. Save everything. Fetching subscribers. Okay. And then we will change this ID, email, and it should be subscribed on. And this should be subscribed on. And then let's rename this inquiries provider to subscribers provider. So let's rename it like this, underscore subscribers provider. Replace all. Okay, okay, save everything. And I guess we are good now. Let's try it out. Run it. Where is it? Okay, it's here. What is it? Oh, internet. Let me fix that first. And okay, we are here. Let's refresh it. All right. And login. We are logging in with staff. We check. We have managed subscribers where we have list of subscribers, right? So we are good. Okay, on this manage subscribers, and I think on manage inquiries we are good, but for manage subscribers we can have just div class container, not container fluid. We don't need full width. So for subscribers we could simply use container. That's all. And it is not getting hot reload. Okay, we will run it. Manage subscribers. We are fine. Rerunning it. Let's see. It's here. Manage subscribers, and we are good. All right. Looks like everything is fine now. It will be. It will have paging when we have that much subscribers. All right. So looks like everything is fine. Everything is working. These two things were dynamic. Now if I see second stuff, all of these things are working. So we are good here. Let's go to home. All our forms are working now, right? Now I guess only dynamic, there is one more dynamic section, that is this, right? Explore staff. So I don't know what approach. I already told you that we have 3 4 different options. You can follow any of those options. Hmm. Okay, I'll see what option I can take, but before that, let's do this. Let's fix all other things. Okay, then if I will, I'll feel like adding it into the database and all those things, then I'll fix it, or else I'll leave it like this only. Okay, so now we will work from the top. Okay, first we will fix these two things. And this email, I have this email here, and then we have this same email here in contact section. Then if you go to contact page, then also we have this general email, right? So let's do this. Let's have these things in our app setting. Okay, let's follow this approach. What we will have? We will have email, we will have contact number, we will have 3 different type of email basically, and then we will have address. This is the address. Okay, let's do this. So 1 2 3 4 5 5 piece. 1 2 3 4 5. Yeah. Okay, let's stop it and close all tabs. So in app settings.json file, oh, I admin details I already have here. All right. So here what I'll do, let's say contact info. Okay. And here we will have first, let's say contact number. Okay. Then we will have address, then we will have general email, then we will have technical email, and then we will have booking email. Okay, so let's follow this approach. So contact number, let's copy what we have there. So if we go to components, app.razor and routes, then we have main layout. Do we have that in main layout or header? I'm not sure. So let's check our layout and main layout. Okay, so that will be in header. Shared header, and yes. So let's say this is the number, and these are some dummy numbers, so we should be good. Let's check what we have in address in our contact. That should be in footer. Footer here. Footer, where is that? Hmm. Then we have general email. So let's say info at blazinghotel.com. I don't know if this email belongs to someone real. I don't know. Then technical, let's say tech at blazinghotel.com, and then booking email, booking at blazinghotel.com. So we are good, I think. Contact info. Now we can access this contact info. So for this, I'm going to do, I'm going to use the options pattern for this. Okay. So when we say options pattern, we will have one class which will have all these properties. So we will have strongly typed class so that we can access this directly instead of doing what we are doing for admin user, that we are getting this from configuration dot get value and all that stuff. So we are not going to do that. So here what we'll do, maybe in models only, I'm going to add a new class that I'll say contact info options. Okay, and in here I'm going to have all those properties. Contact numbers, so public string contact number, let's copy it. Then we'll have address, then we'll have general email, then we'll have technical email, and then we'll have booking email. Okay, let's remove all others. Now when we use options pattern, there are some prerequisites for this. So now these are requirements for this. So options class, this class must be class, it cannot be record, it must be a class, and that too non-abstract class with parameter less default constructors. So these are the requirements for this. Okay, now what approach I follow for options pattern, it needs to be, we need to access this using this key. So what I usually do, I make it a const here, public const string key equals, and this should be this key from app setting. Then we can use this key. So how we are going to use this? When we work with options pattern, we need to register these options in our program.cs. So here, what I'll do, I'll simply register builder.services dot, we can configure, we need to provide type, and the type is going to be contact info options, this one, and then we need to provide the section. So builder dot configuration dot get section, Then we need to provide the section name, that is key. We can get that key from contact info options dot key, like this. Now we will have these options. We can inject it anywhere using I option snapshot, or I option monitor. We have three classes. I'm going to use I options. That is the mostly used. But do let me know in the comment if you know the difference between these three options classes, options interfaces. We have I option, then we have I option snapshot, then we have I option monitor. Okay, so do let me know in the comment if you know the difference between these three, and when should we choose one over other. All right, now we'll go to our header. Okay, so in header we need to inject contact info options, but it would be using I options, or not code analysis. Or is it from code analysis? I don't remember actually. It should be from somewhere else. Let's check it in some. I have never used options with Blazor component, but it should work. Let's go to some service and we'll check there. Mhm. I option, I options, Microsoft extensions options. We need this one. All right. So in here, we are going to inject I options from Microsoft extensions options. Yes. We need to provide type, that is, oh, where did I copy that? What is happening? Okay. Contact info options, like this. Here I'll say options, or maybe contact info options, same name. Okay. Now in this I options interface, we have one property, that is value. So using this value, we can get this. So we'll say contact info options. In this header, we need that. So we have two approaches. We will have multiple things in this, right? So what we can do, uh, let's have private contact info options, and we'll say contact options, and let's have default value for this. Then what we'll do, in on initialized, we will set the values for this, that we can get from contact info options dot value. Okay, now we can use this underscore contact options in our HTML markup. Okay, so first thing, we need this email. So we'll say contact options dot general email. Then we have this contact number. So contact options dot contact number. Right, save it. Now let's move it, uh, not move it, just go to footer. There also we need this stuff, so we'll inject this on footer, and then we'll do same thing. We'll get this thing in our code section, then we'll have this value in our on initialized async method. No, not on initial, just initialized, on initialized, like this, and we need to add using. Okay, now we have this underscore contact options. We can use this in this. So hotel, here it should be Blazing Hotel. Then this is address. So we'll say dot address. This is contact number dot contact number. This is general email at the rate underscore contact options dot general email. All right. Your site name, which is Blazing Hotel. Save everything. Okay, and then we will go to contact page. There also we need this thing. So let's go to pages and contact. Here we'll inject this. Let's add the using, and then let's have this private field, and then let's fill its value in uninitialized, and then let's use this. So in HTML markup on this contact page we have this booking email, so we'll say booking email. Then we have this general email, so we'll have at the rate contact options dot general email. Then we have this tag email, so we'll say at the rate contact options dot tag email, technical email. That's all, I guess. Let's save and let's see if all these changes are coming in header, footer, and contact page. It's here, and we can see email, we can see contact number. Let's go to the footer. We can see this blazing hotel, this blazing hotel, this blazing hotel. Then we need to go to contact page, contact, and here we can see booking, general, and technical emails. So that means all that stuff we have done is working. Cool. Now next thing we will work, I'm going to modify these things, right? I'm going to add my credentials, not credentials, social links basically. So Twitter, I'm not very much active on Twitter, LinkedIn, but now I think to build the community, I need to be active on this. So let me uh, open my social profiles. So these are my profiles. So on Twitter, this pic is very old. So this is my profile and I'm not active. This is my LinkedIn profile, my YouTube channel. So please subscribe this channel, my YouTube channel. Alright, so I'm going to add these first. Let's copy Twitter. And now if I go to this is in header, right? Header at the very top. I'm going to comment others which I'm not using. If you want to use them, you can add those, right? So for Twitter, I am going to add this link. Okay. And by default, Blazor uses enhanced navigation, but on this, I want to uh, disable this. So here I'll say data enhance equals false. Okay. And then maybe we can say target underscore blank, which means open this, and in that case I think we can remove data enhance. Okay, let's add this target blank to all anchor tags. All right, then Instagram also I'm going to comment out. I'm not going to use that. Then let's copy the next one, which is LinkedIn. This copy, and we are on LinkedIn, so I'm going to copy paste this here. Then YouTube, and I think, and because this is dot razor page, so we cannot have the at the rate here, so we need to add double at the rate. All right, now this thing is in footer as well. In footer we have these social links. So I'm going to comment out Facebook, comment out, yes, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So let's first add YouTube because that I already have copied. Then I'll say target underscore blank. Let's add this target underscore blank to all. So this one and this one. Then let's copy the other ones. So let's copy Twitter and Twitter. Where is it? This is Twitter and then LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Yeah. All right. Save and let's see how it looks. Copy tabs to the right and I guess I need to refresh. Still it is not picking up, so that means we need to rerun. Let's see. We have Twitter, which will open my Twitter profile. We have LinkedIn, which will open my LinkedIn profile. Then we have YouTube, which will open my YouTube page. Let's go to footer. Same Twitter. Yes, my profile, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Cool. So this thing is also working now. All right. Now after this, all these links are working. We are here now on this page, this R room and Booker room. We need to add links to these two buttons. Okay, let's do this. So this must be on home page. So if you go to pages, home carousel, this component which should be shared, and where is it? Home carousel. Okay, so here if we check, we have R rooms and Booker room. Okay, so R rooms, this is going to be, I guess, direct rooms. And then Booker room, this is, I guess, Booker room only. Let's check. Pages, booking. Oh, no, this is booking slash booking. Booking. All right, save these. Let's check what next. Then we have explore more. So I guess welcome to hotel. This should go to about us page. Okay. So what is the URL of about us? Slash about hyphen us. Dot razor. Not dot razor. On home page only. After home page, we filter this about section. Let's go to this about section. And here we should have, where is that? Explore more, this one. Here we'll say about us. Save it. After that, we have explored our stuff that we are going to work in a bit. Then we come to footer, about us, contact us. At least these two pages, I'm going to add the links. All these pages are static, privacy policy, terms and conditions support. I'm not going to have anything for this. I'm going to just comment out these links. Then this services section, I'm just going to, maybe we can move, navigate to the same services page for all these pages, but you are free to add separate pages for these. Okay. All right. So for contact, what we have? Slash contact, and for services, we have slash services. All right. So let's go to footer. Footer. Here is this. About us, it should be slash about us. Contact us, it should be slash contact. Then these three pages, I'm going to comment out these pages. Then these, all these services, I'll say slash services. Okay, save everything. Then at the very end, these three pages, I'm going to comment out these, and for the home page, we can see slash. All right, save everything. Let's check what else we have. We'll go to about page, and on about page we have everything, and on this page also we have this explore more button, but this does not make sense because we are already on about us page, right? So we can remove this explore more button from about us page, but this is a shared component which we are using on home page and about us page, both of these pages. So that means we need to make it dynamic, parameter based. Okay, so let's do this. So we'll go to about section. Now in this about section, let's have one parameter. So here we'll say bool show button, and this should be a parameter. Okay, and here we'll say show button. If this show button is true, then only we'll display this. So here we'll say if show button, then only display this button. Okay, and the show button, we are going to provide this from our home page. So about section, here we'll say show button. If we are not providing anything, it will consider the value as true. So we are okay with this. Let's open it again. So on about page, that's all. Then let's go to services page. On services, we just have these services, nothing else. We are good. Then rooms page. Here we have rooms which we are already fetching from our service. So we are good. Book a room. This logic, everything is already done. Contact page. We are fetching the dynamic data. Everything works here as well. Great. So that means all of these things are working now, right? Stop it and rerun. So all these things we should see. All these code changes which we made right now. Let's see. Now it's here. All right. All these things right. Our rooms, book a room. These things are not still not getting populated. Oh, maybe yeah. These buttons are different on all these slides, so we need to add the links on all these. Okay, we'll add that. First, we have this explore more button. It moved to about us, and on about us, we don't have that explore more because we are on about us, right? Then explore our rooms. Then, okay, this section also we need to add the links. Discover a brand, luxurious hotel, right? Okay, then explore our services. This is fine. Staff, this is fine. We have about us, contact us. We have all these links which are going to services page. Cool. Then we are on rooms page. Book a room. Everything still works. About. Okay. We have that thing somewhere else as well. On contact. Okay. All right. So on home, let's first add these links to all the slides, and then the same links we'll add to this section. Our rooms and book a room. Okay. Let's do this. We'll go to home carousel. Then the slash rooms and slash bookings, right? Okay, these two buttons. Is the class and everything is same? Looks like everything is same, right? The only difference is image. Yeah, only difference is image. We have two images here. So what we can do, we can have image list here. So let's modify this. So here I'm going to have private string array, and I'll say images list, or let's say images only. Then I'm going to have these two images. First one is img carousel1.jpg. Then I'm going to have the second one, which will be this image carousel2.jpg. Okay. And then what we can do, let's first copy one of these, comment both of these, and then let's add a for each. Oh, what am I doing? For each. And here I'll say var img equal in underscore images. Okay. Then I'm gonna paste it. Then I'm gonna get the src from here, which will be at the rate img, and everything else is going to be same. We just need to add these links, so slash rooms for the first one and slash booking for the second one. It should work now. Save it, and let's see if it works. Or maybe before that, let's fix that video section as well. That was this video, right? Video. Where is video? It is here. So here, this one. So book a room and slash rooms. All right. Looks like everything is fine now. Okay, so when I'll upload this video, I might modify this and I'll add my this video's link maybe in here. All right, save everything, stop and run it. Let's see if we can see these changes. Okay, it's here. Our room, book a room. I think something has changed, right? Carousel is not working. Something break. That means there is something else also that is dynamic in that carousel. But at least we can see the links. Then if we go to the videos section, our rooms and booking, this thing is also working. But something definitely broke in here. So let's see. That's why I didn't uh, remove this. So let's compare both of these. Carousel item active. Okay, active class. Oh, oh, I have active for both. That's the issue. Alright, so what we can do, we have multiple approaches. So the best one would be, let's change this for each to 4. So we'll say int I equals 0, I is less than underscore images dot length, and I plus plus, and inside this I'm going to get var img equals underscore images of I, like this. Okay, then this active class, we can add this. If I equals 0, that means this is the first item. I'm going to activate it, and then if this is not the first item, we'll remove this active. Okay, all right, I guess everything else should be same. Then we had this, then carousel caption, deflex, flex, align item center, justify content center. Then we had p3 style max width 700, section title, text white, text uppercase, mb3, animated, sliding down, luxury living, luxurious hotel, discover brand, sliding down, animated, mb4, text white, display 3, slash room, slash booking, btn primary, btn light, our rooms, book our room. Alright, looks like everything else is same. So let's stop and rerun. It should work now. Okay. All right, it's here. And now we can see this. Yes, it is working. Our rooms booking, and then our room booking, and everything still looks fine. Great. So we are good now. All right. Okay, I guess everything is finished now. What else we have? We just have this stuff section. All right. So maybe let's leave it to you only. Okay. Maybe you can implement this star functionality, this explore star functionality, and I'll give you shout out. Okay, let's try this. All right, all right, let's go through everything again. If everything is still working same as expected, log out, blazing hotel, services, blazing hotel, everything looks fine now. Hmm, first room, if I say book a room, and it should have selected first room. Is this broken? What happened? In URL we have room type 3, but this room type was not selected. Why? Let's check this. Stop this. Let's go to our booking page. Let's first close all these. Close all tabs. And then I'll go to pages, booking. This page. And in here, if we check selected room type, we have the selected room type thing on initialized async. Here we got the underscore room types, we got all the room types here. Then we're checking if this is not null or white space, and we are able to parse it. Then we say handle room type change. We are setting room type ID. Error message null model dot room type ID equals to new room type ID. And then we are setting price from underscore room types, which we already have here. Everything looks fine. Then what's the issue? Oh, and this is not a with async method, so this is also fine. Let's put a breakpoint and then we'll see what is happening here. All right. Okay, let's run it. It was working, right? We checked it. So I'll go to rooms. I'll maybe select this junior suite. We'll come here, here, here. Selected room type. This debugger, this does not work. If I check, we have 4 in string, and it came here. Error message model.room type ID should be 4 now. If I check this model, room type ID is 4. I have room type, then underscore price is room type additional data. So what we have in room type, this has ID 4, is empty false, is empty. Okay, this was that helper property. Name junior suite. Everything looks fine. Additional data, this decimal. So we are here. Handle room type. Now we have this underscore model dot room type ID. So are we doing something else here? Value expression, handle children, headers, and then checkout date, check-in date, handle room type change. Value expression is model dot room type ID, which is this thing only. Continue. And still we don't have that. It's strange. Let's set the value as well. So this value is going to be underscore model dot room type ID. So this is for the first default value. That means if I run it, but does we need to check if that is working for other drop down lists, because we have others as well, right? Children, adult, and check in checkout dates. So if I go to rooms, if I select some room, if I continue from here, continue, and now we can see this selected. All right, let's uh, it is strange actually. Okay, that means okay, let's check this. If I select some date here and that number of adults too, if I search it, it should go to the our rooms page with this filter applied, and yeah, on this page we can see this. All right, maybe we need to add that value. I somehow missed it. I don't know what change I made, and I remember I was testing it. I tested it, right? Do let me know in the comment if you saw that that thing was working. Okay, let's try it out some other. Let's remove the breakpoints. Right now I've selected junior suite, so everything looks fine here, right? All right, now let's try to book it. So some random guy, some email at gmail.com, 123456789, then password at the rate a123456 at the rate a123456, and then it needs smaller one as well, right? Lowercase character as well, and then something broke at the rate capital A small a 123456 at the rate capital A small a 123456. Still password and confirm password do not match. Why so? Let's set input type text. So this is the way by which we can see what content we have. Text at the rate AA123456 at the rate AA123456. These are same, right? Oh, maybe this is coming from previous thing. Okay, let's set check-in date to. We are good. First room, special request, no special request 13, and let's set this to 28. I don't know, this is a lot. 19, book now, continue. All right, we are here. Let's add some email at the rate gmail.com 42422424. This is this random 0125 123 ABCD pay. Why this got opened? Okay, we can see the name, payment is confirmed. We can log in with some email. If we log in, if we go to my bookings, we should see this payment success, pay now disabled, cancel, ongoing, past. This is upcoming booking, right? Payment success. Now let's log out, log in with staff, login, and we need to work on this access denied page. Should we? Account slash access denied. So here we'll go to manage bookings, and where is that booking? We just made one booking, right? That was Oh, this some random. Why this is coming first? Oh, because of the book down. Book down. This is the one. Payment success. Let's assign the room. Only 105 is available. So save. We can see this room. Approve this booking. Yes, I want to approve it. This is approved. Log out. Log in with some email. Log in. And access denied. If we go to my bookings, here it is booked now. Alright, so looks like everything is working, complete flow is working. We can see all the things. We can go to home, we can go to book a room, home, everything looks fine. So all the functionalities, everything is working. So we are good with everything now. Okay, now first, let me stop this. Everything looks fine. Let's close all, disable or let's say delete all breakpoints. Close this. Now what we'll do, we'll clean our project. Okay. When I say clean, I'll remove all the things which we are not using. Root, CSS, bootstrap style.css, images, room types. These are the room type images which we are uploading. IMG, these are IMG which are in use in the template. Then we have JS, common.js which we added, main.js which we got with the HTML template. So both of these are in use. Then we have lib. I think we are using all of these, so I'm not going to go deep inside this. Are we using the style.css? I don't think so. Let's check. So style.css, let's do a search. Style.css. Entire solution, find all. Yes, we are using CSS style.css. Oh, this is from here only. Okay. Template style sheet. So we are good. Then we'll go to components, count pages, manage. In manage, oh, it was having its own change password model also page, but we implemented our own. Oh, okay, I didn't check this actually. Okay, but I think we are good. What it was doing, change password async, and then sign in manager dot refresh sign in async. Okay, we are not doing this thing, right? Maybe we can also do this, or maybe let's skip this. We are okay with this. Oh, let's, I'm going to delete this. I guess we can delete all of these. We are not using any of these manage pages, right? Two-factor authentication, set password reset, or personal data index, generate recovery, and all these. We are not using this. So let's delete this complete folder. Alright. Then confirm email change, external login, forgot password confirmation, email password reset, invalid user, lockout. We are not using all these. Let's delete all these. You can check whatever if you want to use any ASP.NET Core identity built-in pages, you can have these, but I am not using these in this application, so I'm deleting these. Then login with recovery code, two-factor, then register confirmation, resend email, reset password. All these also I'm not using. Okay, I removed all of these. Then comes shared, account layout, external login picker. We are not using this. Manage layout, manage nav menu, redirect to login. We might be using this redirect to login, show recovery codes. We are not using this. Status message, I think we are using this. On this is in use on register and login pages. Then we have identity component endpoints routes. Yes, we are using, we are not using this. So this thing we are just using for logout. So we can get rid of other things. On account group, we will just use logout, and then we are not using all these manage and all these links. So let's remove all. All right, then we can remove all these unused using statements. Using, let's remove this thing, remove this thing, save everything. We are good. Identity no op email sender. Are we using this? I think yes. Maybe we are using it somewhere or no. Okay, let it be like this only. Identity tag manager, this is in use. Revalidating authenticate state, this is in use. Identity user accessor, this is in use. All right, then we have layout, admin layout, inner layout, main layout, nav menu. I guess we are not using nav menu, so we can delete this. We are using all these three, so we'll use. Then in pages, admin guest, we created all these about auth, booking, contact, counter. We are not using this counter. Then we are not using weather tracer. So remove this. Then we have shared this folder we created. So we created all these. That means we are using these. Then we have constants. We have added data. I guess all other things we have added. So we are using all these things. Save everything. Now what I'm going to do, close all tabs. Now what I'll do, I'll simply open all the pages, all the files to check if I have some unused commented code. Okay, so let me open each and every file. If I'll have something commented out code which I'm not using, I will simply going to delete that. We have achieved a lot in this video. Okay, so do let me know in the comment if you learned something new while watching this course. I actually learned a lot, to be frank. And this project, this complete video, this project, it was not pre, we could say, I have not prepared it in advance. So I have done everything from scratch live, which you see in this video, which you saw in this video. Mhm. There were so many things which I was not sure, and that thing worked. And then there were a couple of things which I learned at the same time. We got so many errors, we fixed those. So you might get some help how I think about the things, how I approach the debugging and errors, what my thought process is when I'm working on anything. Okay, I'm just opening all these. And this is the longest video I have recorded. So I need you guys to support me. Please like this video. So this is going to be a part of maybe 2 or 3 videos, because the recording is almost, I guess, 25 hours. I'm not sure, I need to check. I've recorded it in multiple parts. It took me a lot of time. I want you guys to support me by liking all these videos, sharing these videos, and uh, subscribing my channel. Okay. All right, so on this page, this using is not in use. Okay, close this. Save, close, interface, service. Do I have anything commented out here? No. Close, subscribe service, close, seed service, close. Hmm. This is room type service. Okay. All right. All right. This thing is not in use. Maybe I should do it offline. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to clean all this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through all these files. I will check if there is some unused commented code. I'm going to remove that. So I cleaned all the pages up. Let's try to build this. I'm going to use rebuild. Let's hope if I did not break anything. No, there were 53 file changes. Okay, so okay, build is successful. Let's try to run it. Okay, it came. It started running. That means this thing is also working. We have everything on the home page. All right, move to top. It is working. Let's first go to all the pages. Navigation working. We can see the data on all these pages. My profile, my bookings, change password, go to home, our rooms, book now, first room that is already selected. We are logged in, so there is no name and other things. If I'll book now, it will go to the Stripe payment page. Yes, it is loading. We can see processing. We came here. I'm going to click on this back button, which will actually cancel the booking. We are good. Let's have some email here. ABCDEF subscribed successfully. Go to contact here. These values got populated. Send message. Test subject. Testing this feature. Send message. Inquiry sent successfully. This is also done. Rooms on the home page. I'll do some stuff here. Let's do this search. Continue. And it came to the this page, rooms page, with that filter got applied here. We are okay. If we click on book now, it came here. Page is already selected. So all this information, everything is working fine, right? If I go to my bookings, ongoing bookings, I cancel that payment. That's why we can see payment cancelled. If I click pay now, it will again going to go to the this page. This is fine. Let's make the payment with some details. 0125 123 ABCD pay, and okay, it is making payment. Payment done. We are here. Let's go to my bookings again, and we see pay now is disabled and payment success status is there. Now let's log out. Let's log in with maybe admin. Login. Account access denied, right? We should add this page actually. Let's add this page. I'm going to add this page. What I will do here, let's first go to my profile, manage staff. We can see the staff list here. We can edit the staff. Okay, go back. Then we have add staff. Then we have manage bookings. Here we can see the bookings. We can assign room. No rooms available right now. Okay, this feature is also working, right? Then here we can assign room 503. We can approve this. Okay, we can cancel anything. We cancellation region testing. Okay, you see this is cancelled. Then we have paging here, so this paging is also working. Then we have manage rooms. These rooms we can edit the room, some random description, save. We can manage rooms for that particular room type, update room type. We can manage these things here. Go back, add new room type. We can add a new room type. And if we go to rooms, what is it? Something is not working here. If we go to rooms, okay, manage room types. Rooms page is broken. Did we delete this room? Okay, something messed up. All right, that's the benefit of going through complete thing. Oh, nothing is working right now. This was working just now. If I refresh it, if I go to edit, now we can see this. Rooms. Oh, something happened in between. What was that? All these pages are interactive, so maybe signal or connection lost in between. Maybe, I don't know. If we'll see that again, then maybe we'll debug it, else we are okay. Okay, then we have manage amenities. We have list of amenities. We can add it. Here it is, FA1 something. Save it. This is updated. This is fine. Then manage inquiries. We can see the list of inquiries. Manage subscribers. We can see the subscribers. Change password. This is also working. So looks like everything is working now. All right, all the links, everything. Great. So that means we are done with this Blazing hotel, complete full stack hotel booking application using the new Blazor SSR with new .NET 8. So that's all for this course, for this series. Please like this video, share this video, and please do add comments and give me your honest feedback. Did you like this series? Did you learn something new? Or if you want me to improve something, or maybe what next project you want me to work on. Okay, I almost read all the comments. Okay, and I reply to all the comments, so I'll definitely reply. And yeah, so I think that's all. I'll be back soon with some other cool project, some other cool video. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.